Namaskar, and a very good morning to everyone here. We hope you had a gala time at the dinner yesterday and an enriching experience over the past 2 days of the conference. I am Ishita.
And I'm Tamim. We welcome you all to the third day of Serv 2025. Now we can start our first keynote of the day. This keynote is sponsored by Center of Design Excellence RAM Project, Government of Telangana. So now I'll introduce the chair of the session, Professor Deepak John Matthew. Dr. Deepak John Matthew is a professor of design department at the Institute of at IIT Hyderabad, where he also served as the founding head of the Department of Design. His primary areas of expertise include visual arts, photography, design education, and digital preservation of cultural heritage. With a strong focus on integrating design thinking into multidisciplinary research and practice, I would like to invite Professor Deepak John Matthew to the podium to introduce the first keynote speaker.
Morning and welcome to the session and welcome to the last day of our conference. So I hope you all had a very nice dinner yesterday night and had a good sleep. So by looking at the audience, I can see that the dinner was really nice. Without any delay, I would like to start my duty. So today's speaker is very special to us, especially for the conference. Our conference chair Ravi was like when we were having a chat, he was telling the incidents of how he when he went to invite Professor Samant. Um, so there is this anecdote. He said, "Your face looks very familiar. How come? Like." And then they talked, and then they realized he was his first student actually. So in 1996, in fact, his certificate is signed by Vivek Savantji. So this is so the sir. This now life is a full circle. Actually, now we are very happy to receive our mentor's mentor to the stage. To this, we are eager to listen to you, Professor Vivek ji, and just for the people because he's a very well known name and very familiar face to all of us. But for our guest, I would like to give a brief introduction. The introduction can go really long, but I will try to make it really small. I don't know that will pay justice to making it summarizing. Yeah. Vivek Sawant is the chief mentor of Maharashtra Knowledge Corporation Limited, established by the government of Maharashtra in 2001 to bridge the digital divide faced by the common people and to offer them digital empowerment opportunities. He served as the managing director of MKCL from its inception for 18 consecutive years until the end of 2019. Through MKCL, Sri Sawant launched a satellite campaign to promote information technology literacy. Through MKCL, he established a robust network of over 6,000 authorized learning centers equipped with more than 75,000 internet-ready computers. This network of ALCs is one of the largest private-public community partnership network in the world. Under his leadership, a unique high-tech social business opportunity has been created and sustained for these 6,000 plus small IT training enterprises and job opportunities for 25,000 plus IT trainers at all these ALCs. Recognizing the success of his model created by Sawant, several state governments, including Rajasthan, Odisha, Haryana, Bihar, Kerala, Himachal Pradesh, and Tripura, replicated it under the knowledge partnership of MKCL before the establishment of MKCL. Sri Sawant ji contributed 12 years to advanced computing research and development at CDAC, Center for Development of Advanced Computing. He played a crucial role in creating India's first indigenous supercomputer, Param, following the US embargo on India to access to supercomputing technology. This success instilled immense confidence in Indian youth. Sri Sawant also founded the Advanced Computing Training School of CDAC, expand in 20 cities nationwide and trained 25,000 advanced computing engineers in the 1990s. Samant has received numerous prestigious awards for his significant contributions in the fields of education, IT and IT enabled education, digital skill development and employability enhancement, IT research innovation, entrepreneurship, and social responsibility, manage, and leadership. So the list goes on. Because of the positive time, I'm just I would it is my honor to welcome you, sir, to the stage, and we are eager to listen to you. Thank you very much.
Uh, Ravi, thanks for inviting me here. And Professor Matthew, so grateful for very generous introduction. Uh, Professor Matthew mentioned about the great gala dinner and a good sleep. Uh, there is a complete evidence of still lack of good sleep here. So, so first few slides will be little in bolder fonts, and later I will go to the more subtle uh, expressions. Uh, Actually, I must confess that I'm not educated in uh, the faculty of design, so uh, no jargon in my speech. I will present my mission, which is unfolding over last 24 years, and you may derive uh, uh, some good practices in design or otherwise. Okay, and you may advise me as to how can I improve upon. uh, this is the agenda: creating a knowledge lit world. Okay, uh, basically, we focus on four areas: education, development, governance, and empowerment. So basically, our agenda is transformative edge. We talk about all digital transformations, that is the scope within which our organization works. And the core agenda is bridging the digital divide. As you know, the large number of Indians still face the divide, and therefore the mission. Information technology is a grand confluence of computing, communication, and content. Uh, Bill Gates said content is the king, but computing and communication are two important technologies which support the content. And because of the interplay of three, a whole new world has arisen before us, uh, which we call as the virtual world. And if you look at the children today, for them, the virtual reality is perhaps more real than the real reality. Okay, and therefore, more and more of the younger generation has to bridge the digital divide if they want to progress in the 21st century. Before I go to the ice cream factory, I will first give you some ice cream. Okay, before telling how we made it happen, you must know what has happened. Okay, so as Professor Matthew mentioned about my signatures on certificates, very humorously, I say that my signature is there on 2 crore certificates. Okay, though it was scanned and printed. Okay, so all these learners have paid a very small fee and learned. Nobody has got it free. Okay, this is the course called Maharashtra State Certificate in Information Technology, which brings digital literacy, functionality, applicability, and later employability. And these are the 12 pillars of it. Uh, you can see one of the pillars is prompt engineering skills. Okay, so this is the kind of prompt engineering which is taught, and you can see that there are 6 ways in which you represent information, uh, and is a fully connected topology of those 6 nodes, and therefore large number of AI tools allow you to work within each, say your text. So all the text files appear in many formats, and they can be interconverted, and also text into animation and animation into videos and this and that. So you can see how the children in the villages of Maharashtra are learning at a very affordable fee these kinds of tools. Okay. It's very exciting how they use these tools also, which perhaps if time permits will come. So 100 plus AI tools are taught. So this is not just a old computer literacy kind of a course. Now it also bridges the AI divide. Uh, there are so many authorized learning centers. We created a system where uh, there is a center-based learning, but within that there is a e-learning. Okay, because if you just leave it to e-learning or online learning, the course completion rates are below 8%. Right from 2012, all MOOCs have been reporting the infant mortality rates are exceeding 92%. So when people come together, learn in each other's this thing, there are peer pressures and there are deadlines, so people get to learn. So that is the idea. And also there are large number of students who do not have access to computers, so you have to create community centers and they learn there. These are the kind of centers that you look like, many of them. Uh, this is our great work in Bihar, which is one of the most, backward states in India. But when I could, you know, get the support of Mr. Nitish Kumar, 2016, we could create a large movement of digital employability in Bihar, and now 30 lakh plus children have youth have passed. The interesting thing about this experiment is that though it is still continuing, uh, 51% is female enrollment in this, because many of the youth of Bihar go out of Bihar, you know. So and every block of Bihar is covered by this. And you can see we give 3 certificates, and we'll talk about those little later. Overall, in India, we have made an impact of around 2.4 crore. Uh, this is 24 million. Uh, this figure, this is a Indian expression, so it's 2.4. Hmm. Hmm. These are knowledge-led career courses, okay? Because knowledge is coming at the center stage. So more than 1 million learners have crossed these click courses. Click is knowledge-led careers. And these are a variety of tracks in which they learn. And these are a variety of tools which are given. Most of the tools are open source, so even the students in remotest areas can do this. With the advent of National Education Policy 2020, we started introducing the career-oriented, employability-oriented courses in college curricula, and large number of universities and colleges have implemented these curricula where we creditized our content. And internationally also on Udemy, you can take our courses, and almost students from 196 countries have done them. Basic one of the prime agendas of MKCL is youth empowerment. So we created a deep program, and under deep every year, including the COVID years, last 3 years of COVID, we have been placing 25,000 youth. Largely, the girl is placed in the same block, and still she is doing uh, advanced digital skills practices. Okay, for example, when we place a girl in accounting job, she uses Indian accounting GPT and starts advising her own, enterprise owner as to how to improve his balance sheet. Okay, so the technology makes all the difference, and that is bridging the AI divide. She gets a decent salary of 15,000 rupees in her own, tehsil place or block. Why this agenda is because our country has only 2% land on the planet, 4% water on the planet, but 18% population of the planet. So you have to invest in people, and uh, that too the young people, because almost 65% of them are below the age of 35. The whole world is changing with the emergence of knowledge society, and basically knowledge led or knowledge driven economy, where the prices of products and services are largely being determined at the core of them by the actionable knowledge content, rather than the means the material input, the energy input, the financial capital input, the dumb labor input, they are getting fast displaced, and that is where the role of knowledge is exceeding, and that is where we have to come in and help the uh, young populations. If you just look at the motorcycle that they use, the kind of patents which are used, and the interesting thing is the uh, typical 21st century product, the e-scooter, and you can see how the wealth is created in terms of the royalties. So basic source of creating wealth today is, intellectual property rights and the royalties to be earned on that. With the roughest estimates, if you look at US economy, the GDP of US, 38.2% comes from royalties on intellectual properties, not from any crop in the field or factory products or traditional services. So if our youth have to, come to per capita income to be having parity with other developed world, we will have to develop the youth in the knowledge economy. Most of the knowledge is being digitally born, digitally stored, digitally co-created, digitally managed, and digitally distributed, and digitally even applied in many of the socio-economic progress projects. So bridging the digital divide can only lead to bridging the knowledge divide, and therefore the career opportunity divide. And what is a career? There are millions of careers, but can we use now most advanced technologies in identifying the passions of the learners, like genomics? Okay, can we find out what are their capabilities? Can we use AI in finding out where they can be socially useful and productive so that they start becoming earning members of the families? If you put all these three things together, then this area shows that it is hobby, because there are only my interest, passions, and capabilities come into play, but may not be socially useful. This area, which is not having my capabilities, can be my dream. And this area where I can do things and they are socially required also, but I do not like to do them, that is typically called as job. Okay. But if you put all the three things together, then the grand confluence of passions, capabilities, and relevance makes your careers. So basically, our aim is to bring self awareness, self reliance, and self esteem among the people, and design the courses, offer the learning experiences in such a way that the confidence deficit is basically removed. And they go from dependence to self direction, which is one of the pathways of maturities of all human beings. Even the little child wants to leave the hand of the mother and walk on its own, but our education system makes them, dependent on others. Finally, when they finish graduation, they start thinking that no use of this graduation, now I must do some career oriented courses. We begin much earlier. Okay. And education must find out sources of self actualization. Basically, we have to make a transition from left hand side to the right hand side, decent, dignified, and delightful jobs to the students. In Sanskrit, it is called Sakshamata, Sadhanata, and Sarthakata. Okay, meaning, search for meaning in life. Okay, meaningful existence also is important, not just economic viability of the family. So the mission context is the gap between education and 21st century careers. Basically, the going at the root, and when you started when we started empathizing with the communities, we found these are the problems before them. This is, I'm telling you, 24 years ago, when I started moving across Maharashtra in state transport buses and railways, and down the line. So these are some of the things which we wanted to overcome. Of course, there was a soft skills deficit, communication skill deficit, English language barrier, then the confidence deficit, and basically low purchasing power and very little means of transport. In a small auto rickshaw, 6 to 7 people will sit, and how that young girl can sit in that such a congested place and come to our center. Many problems, and basically lack of local expertise, local guidance in digital technologies, and also learning resources, lack of learning resources. But at the same time, very high aspirations of good salaries is to go to IT industry, go to Mumbai, Pune, Bangalore, etc. Employers' expectations are very obvious. I don't have to repeat them. They are very standard. And they also expect what has not been written here is that they want the people to enter the entry level jobs at very low salary. Okay, that is also there. So little exploitative also. So we had to face thousands and thousands of employers, sit with them, understand them, have some bridges of communication, and finally accept our students. Year on year, it goes on. The challenges are something like this. CSQ challenges everywhere in India. Any sector you go, CSQ is going to be there. But the interesting thing is, if you start only reducing cost, then cost escalates. If you start increasing speed, speed decelerates. But if you start improving quality, then cost also goes down, speed also increases, quality also goes up. So this is a triad we have to always worry about, because the purchasing power is very less, but the youth is in a hurry. They want something just in time. They don't want to listen to the stories of 2035. They say that please meet us in 2035. Otherwise, if you are going to make any difference just now, then only we are going to be engaged. Then there is a India has a larger population. I mentioned about, uh, you know, 65% population is our target group. Widest accessibility will have to be on. The geographical tyranny is there still in India. And education, though it happens in a social context, it is a deeper personal experience. So uh, something like bigger, better, cheaper, faster, and wider and deeper. Uh, six simultaneous challenges we had to address. And also the students want variety, they want diversity of courses and careers. And because digital technology is all pervading, the variety is also increasing, and large number of tools are emerging, and core expertise, deeper expertise is required in each one of them. And students want choice centricity because they are now exposed to the social media. So their expectations grow. They want to say, I don't want to do this, I want to do this. When I was in 10th standard, everything was decided by my parents. Now you meet a fifth standard student and he starts telling you what his parents should be doing also, which car they should purchase, and okay, which cosmetics the mother should try, etc., etc. So the choice centricity has become a big simultaneous challenge. So this is what we have achieved. But you can see in a single lab, at the same time, if there are 50 computers, they are learning 50 different career courses, okay, at affordable fees, just in time. The another requirement is flexibility, multidisciplinarity. I want a flexi time learning. Okay, I don't want to take 6 to 8 class. I will come anytime and I should be learning. And naturally, multidisciplinarity and employability. So uh, uh, as far as the physical people with physical disabilities, we have not been able to do much, though we are investing. But it's a tough job, and we need lots of expertise of designers to make to make our courses accessible to PWDs. Inclusivity is a very serious problem in India, and of course, the cultural sensitivities. So, with these challenges, when we started replicating across in India, we had to keep replicability and sustainability, but with sanctity of our, ethical codes of conduct and the the moral values intact. So this also was a triad, which I'm using Venn diagrams to cut down my time so that you can understand implicitly many things. So these strategic solvers were very interesting. Smarter wiser and prettier. Okay. So smarter means use pervasive use of appropriate information technology, because we ourselves are a technology house. So we keep developing most appropriate technologies and pervasively use them, because information technology is a upscaler, economizer, accelerator, then it spreads everywhere in terms of then quality enhancer also. So, and wiser is that not to reinvent the resources, not to replicate or duplicate the resources which exist in the communities, like the infrastructural resources. We did not construct any building. Though millions of learners learned, we use the existing buildings in the communities, in the small, small shops, and, even on the streets and like that. I moved across the villages and met people. A lady is having two computers in her drawing room. I said, okay, you start. Now they have constructed buildings over last 24 years, but that is how we started. No replication of existing resources. Okay. So infrastructural resources, financial resources, human resources, developmental resources, educational resources, all those were networked together. So that was a partnership. That was our wisdom. And third thing is, we always insisted on aesthetics. Okay, beauty is something. Even the content is there. A very very melodious music has to be there. Good recording is there. Dolby Studios. So no compromise with the beauty aspect. So smarter, wiser, and prettier. As I mentioned, that high tech with human touch. Okay, and aesthetics, all three things were brought together. So these are strategic solvers which has actually given us unprecedented success. Many people, when I go abroad, they feel that the figures that I'm mentioning are perhaps exaggerated, but given the population of India, these figures are even less. My dream is still much bigger. So we created a grand confluence of learners, learning centers, e-learning centers, and the courses. Okay, and there are frameworks which are bringing all the three. So learner life cycle management frameworks, then the authorized learning center management, life cycle management frameworks, and the course management framework. These three software frameworks interact with each other, and together they give the effect of what we have been able to achieve. In business partnerships also, there are so many important strategies. Okay, we did not confine ourselves to only public sector. We brought the desirable features of public sector, private sector, and community together, leaving aside their undesirable features. Like if you go to public sector, then delays and bureaucratic delays and complicated procedures, and procedures are more important than the outcomes, etc. So those things we kept aside. In private sector, uh, maximization of personal profits, this we kept aside. Okay, modest profits. And in community sector, depending everything on the grants and charity, etc., that we kept aside, but brought the community's interest in bringing its children ahead. So, and inclusivity. So these are the uh, large number of desirable, means I have written exhaustively on this uh, short time. I'm mentioning only few, but finding out what are the desirable features of each sector and bringing them together is not physics, it is chemistry. Okay, you should be able to do it properly, and then you get magical results. And then all three philosophies we brought together. Small is beautiful. The learning center is small, beautiful. Okay, their management is autonomous. Least, influence from the centralist organization. So MKCL is a networked organization, not a central organization like what AT&T Bell Labs used to be in the 20th century, with more employees in one company than standing army of India. The management is middle scale, medium scale. So the strategic business units, only 50 centers are, coordinated by them, and district coordination units. And big is better, that is the brands. Brands are huge. Okay, MKCL, each brand is so huge that always there will be millions who will get attracted towards it, because all surplus in business happens only after you establish a brand in the hearts of the people. And brand doesn't have just a body, but it has a soul. So it has to connect to the souls of others, you know. So that has to be big. Hmm. So, and all the three types of people should be working together. Okay, not means customers, our students, and I'll show you if time permits, but they are co-creators. Okay, the partners who run the centers, authorized learning centers, there are more than 50,000 people who work there. And because in India also, elsewhere our centers, Maharashtra 6,000, and elsewhere in India put together 10,000 centers. And our MKCL staff members who are 400 people. So we produce something in which all three mm, people contribute. So there is a co-ownership. Okay, that it's not like the product is only given to the partners and they are only supposed to implement, nothing like that. So the frameworks allow their participation, collaboration, and co-creation. The welfare states, if you go in the history of welfare states, the welfare states were, they began with an idea of participating citizens. Today, the welfare states have reduced themselves to converting citizens into consumers. So that is a tragedy of the welfare state. So we have to bring participation, collaboration, and co-creation. That we have been able to do to a great extent, though not to the fullest of the extent to which I presume. uh, as far as business is concerned, very clear, transparent sharing of fees. Per learner fee is known, its share to the partners is known, its royalty to MKCL is known, openly told to everyone. Okay, so there is no hiding. Trustworthiness in terms of trust begets trust. So partners is like a family, you know. So they say that Marathi people normally are known for quarrels, but here are some 6,000 Marathi enterprises who are holding together for last 25 years. Okay, so it is because of this. Okay, this is a very important principle in our whole strategy. In terms of learning, these three things have been brought together. When you look at any learning experience, you can find out the three ingredients in that. Okay, that's the beauty of it. Hmm? If you look at the content, uh,
One of the most important functions under MKCL's Learning Innovations program is content development. In recent times, we have started using artificial intelligence extensively for this purpose. To understand the scale, let's look at some content statistics. Currently, we have 265 courses, and to give an example, in our MSCIT course itself, there are over 4,500 videos available across English, Hindi, and Marathi. When you consider all 265 courses together, you will realize that we now have more than 46,000 unique content videos, equivalent to nearly 10 web series worth of content. While creating each of these videos, we take several aspects into account: a large number of images and video clips, ensuring that all faces appear Indian, their attire suits the context, and the backgrounds are thematically relevant and contextual. Each image or video used is high resolution, copyright compliant, and aesthetically appropriate. Every video is carefully scripted, keeping in mind the academic requirements and learner engagement, for which we employ various appropriate pedagogies and andragogy. We include suitable examples and simple explanations so that learners can easily understand and retain the concepts taught. Similarly, great effort goes into translating this content into different languages. Each video also has a clear and pleasant voiceover recorded in a way that helps learners understand easily, find the content interesting, and enjoy listening to it. Additionally, we consider factors like video length, file size for course configuration, and smooth release and deployment. And only after all this does one complete content video get created. Now imagine producing thousands of such more videos. It's obvious that we can't continue using traditional methods.
okay. So we concentrate on these three things in the. Sorry, the original video was in Marathi. So this I just made it happen yesterday night for you to translate it in English and quickly present it. So lip syncing was a. So these are the three things which each course focuses. Okay. Normally the skill courses are only focusing on competencies. We don't do that. Uh, Many courses involve the socially useful and productive work as a medium of acquisition of knowledge based on Mahatma Gandhi's ideas of new education or Nai Talim. So you derive knowledge from work and mm, just don't derive knowledge for the sake of knowledge, that is knowledge consumerism. You apply that knowledge to make the work more profound. So you build the upward spiral of work to knowledge and knowledge to more profound work. And therefore, if you look at the word learning is a derived word according to me in English. Okay. It's a very complicated spelling. It does not spell like turning or burning. It is very complicatedly spelled. So original word seems to be perhaps after you remove L from the spelling of learning. Okay. So then L stands for what? L stands for the process that leads to earning is learning, and earning not just money but earning confidence, earning the self esteem, earning source of self actualization, etc. So these are the three things which we bring together. Pedagogy is more instructed learning, andragogy is facilitated learning, and utagogy is self directed learning, and ergology relates to the science of work and the worker, the interaction between work and the worker. Uh, these are the three uh, constructivist pedagogy, cognitivist pedagogy, and the connectivism, which came after, largely came in in front of the people after MOOCs. Okay, so all these three pedagogies we try to bring together. In cognitivism, we use neurochemistry, neuropsychology of the students, so that the cognitive fatigue, the cognitive overload, the cognitive overflows are avoided, and the learner engagement is achieved because of the recent advances in neurochemistry. We use all the three devices, so seamless experience when they go home also. Okay, these are the this is the motto, that no learner left behind. Mainstreaming of every learner, not that somebody comes first class, second class, nothing like that. Bringing students, scholars, and the subjects together, not just the scholars and subjects and students and subjects. The scholars know that they belong to the students, okay, not just to the subjects. So the teachers are not teachers are that of teachers of students also, not just teachers of subjects. This three is very obvious. You have to bring knowledge, otherwise only skills does not give them sustainability in the careers. Deeper theoretical knowledge is more important. What you gain out of practice is only tacit knowledge. Then you have to go back to the books and experts for explicit theoretical knowledge, and based on that build more profound tacit knowledge as you go ahead. These three skills is what we focus for employability. In digital skills there are advanced skills also, and domain specific tracks, as well as the various Indian languages. Our strategy is that because of internet issues, electrical power issues, and bandwidth issues, most of the content stays in the center. Okay, on the 10,000 proxy servers. The content is accessible on LAN, which is 1 Gbps, so people feel as if they are having a fantastic online experience without buffering, etc. But the learning facilitators and coming together in the center in the offline physical mode, so human contact, and uh, the experts are available in Microsoft Teams for any difficulties, and also the experts are available in terms of the non-biological experts of AI within the offline mode without paying on any tokens. Okay, we have built our own large language models which stay within the uh, local this thing. uh, this is how uh, the ERA framework works. That people get everything checked, like a taxing of an aircraft before it takes off. All factors are checked uh, on the machine, including whether the mouse drag and drop, everything is working, and then the learner starts learning. So no complaints, and this is the ERA framework, e-learning revolution for all. That is the full form of ERA. Uh, on the right hand side, you get the content, and you start learning. This is like a typical table of content, and in order to monitor the learning very properly on the dashboards of various levels, all learning is sequential, so nobody can skip anything, and we come to know where everyone has come. And this is a self learning, so everybody can have uh, self paced learning.
Converting text to columns.
You can use the text to columns command to convert text into columns.
वीडियो में टेक्स्ट को कॉलम में विभाजित करने के कई तरीके बताए गए हैं। आप टेक्स्ट को कॉलम
How does the remove duplicates feature in data tab work?
To remove duplicate values from a cell range, you can use
Quite there was no concentration. But when once they started
Professors of the
taking
colleges are
itself, then I found students were eager to complete their session. That was very important for me. It was on within 2 months. I think they completed their entire session, and yes, they were happy. And yeah, there have been two students of mine who were really not interested in taking lectures. For them, lectures was they think that education is not good. Waste of time and all that sort of a thinking. But even those two students, they were coming for LKCL lectures. So that was the best part.
So this is the thing. Normally, we want the students to also start earning while they are learning. So eventually, it becomes a self-paid learning. Though we have not been able to fully accomplish this, but the first two, self-paced learning and self-path, is built into the system with the help of AI. Now it has become even the unstructured conversations and deriving meaning out of it for further improvement of our content and strategies. All innovations that we do go through these three things. Okay, uh, the students are allowed to do first the imitation, then the emulation, and then self expression. Not just immediately asking them for self expression, because they come from a very not so innovation oriented education system by the time they reach at the age of 16, 17 to our centers. So we have to take them gradually into this. So the challenges are also organized in this way. A challenge is a question which is obviously impossible to be solved, but non-obviously possible to be solved. That is the definition of challenge. Okay, so these three types of challenges are brought together to take them slowly towards the real life experience as they are going to get in the first month in their career. First relief is given to them, then we bring reforms and then transform. So transforming an unemployable youth into employed youth is a big jump. So it goes through first giving him relief based on all the uh, low confidence or sort of inferiority complex, and slowly bring him into that. uh, these are the three things which are triggered, because finally if they are to sustain post AI world, they have to have adaptability, and that is learnability and adaptability. Curiosity is the petrol for that. Problem solving skills is what the employers continuously keep on asking, so that is given as a practice. This is our strategy. First, little bit of inform, then huge amount of perform, and through that transform. The videos that you saw, each video has unstructured, uh, random interactivities. So nobody can just start the video and sleep and wait for the course to get over just like that. Intermittently, there are interactivities which are with the help of AI, which have the learner analytics, and accordingly, the questions are posed.
फेब्रुवरी से एक न्यू स्टार्टअप शुरू किया था। लाइक हम लोग के बीएमएफसी के कुछ फ्रेंड्स थे और अर्पिता और हम मैं साथ में। तो एक्सेल शीट्स में कैसे उसका एंट्री करना चाहिए, उसका कैलकुलेशन ऑटोमेटिकली कैसे आता है, तो वो जितने भी एक्सेल शीट्स है वो मैंने बनाना शुरू किया। स्टार्टिंग में मुझे एक्सेल शीट्स बोरिंग लगता था थोड़ा सा, बट फिर ऐसा फील हुआ कि कोई नॉलेज है अगर कॉलेज जा रहा हूँ तो वो गेन करके कहीं अप्लाई कर सकते। गूगल वर्कस्पेस में जितने भी गूगल से रिलेटेड एंड ऑल है, सो वो हम लोग को लिंक्डइन का भी इसमें एक सिखाया था कि लिंक्डइन में अपन अकाउंट बना सकते हैं। एंड बिजनेस अभी न्यू है तो फिर उसमें कंपनी पेज भी खोल सकते हैं, तो मैंने कंपनी पेज भी लाइक हम लोग के से खोला। सो यूजुअली हम कैसे पहले टीचर्स वगैरह भी डांस रहते थे कि वो हम प्रोवाइड करें, इसमें खुद करना बहुत सा, तो फिर वो आपकी एक मेंटल कैपेसिटी और ज्यादा। हम भी इसमें सारी वीडियोस देखेंगे, उसके बाद हमें एक असाइनमेंट मिलेगा करने के लिए, और फिर उसके बाद सेकंड वो असाइनमेंट रहेंगे, उसमें हमको दूसरा असाइनमेंट चल जाएगा, वो रिकॉर्ड होगा। तो जब हमारी जो भी चीज होती है तो हमें इस पे हमारा सब कुछ है, जो उसमें देखा था कि एसईओ मतलब सर्च इंजन कीवर्ड्स कैसे यूज करते हैं, फिर किसमें यूज करते हैं इसको। मेरा जो इंस्टाग्राम अकाउंट है तो मैंने उस पर यूज किया, और मतलब मेरे अकाउंट को रीच भी आया, और उसके थ्रू मुझे मतलब अभी कोलैबोरेशन भी आ रही है। तो मतलब मेरे को एमकेसीएल का यूज हुआ कि मैं जब उसका एमकेसीएल मैंने सीखा तो मुझे कुछ कुछ से समझ में आई चीजें कि मैं मतलब इस चीज में अच्छी हूँ, मैं कर सकती हूँ। Hi, my name is Samprita, and today I would like to show you a skill,
This is a
that is the condition
process follow.
formatting
So the
skill that
student
I've
gives
learned.
the proof of learning rather than
Start
portfolio.
and select assignment and then open it. As the final exam result,
So every learner keeps giving, creates such process folios and places them at the time of interview, that this is the way I have learned. So education is a process, not just a product. Okay. So process folio against portfolio. The assessments are arranged in these three ways. Every assessment experience is converted into learning experience. This is by design, this happens. And uh, most important thing is that no learner left behind. That's why a new technology which is patent has been filed, variable time fixed result. All education, traditional education is fixed time variable results. Somebody, all people spend 3 years, and somebody first class, second class, third class. Here variable time but fixed result. All students finally succeed. Okay, that is the power of technology. Traditionally teachers didn't have access to technology, so they could not bring these paradigms. So every learner goes out with a confidence. Every learner becomes employable, though he spends variable time. Okay. And these are the three things which are obvious. uh, this is how the student gets placed. Okay, it goes through a sequence of things like this. We reject conformity and bring transformity. And most important thing is that collaboration, and another thing is class annihilation. Nobody passes first class, second class, third class, because that creates classes in the society. The society gets stratified, and you cannot create a great nation out of it. So our education system is a dividing force which has to be converted into a uniting force. Psychological, philosophical, and sociological dimensions are changing. The foundations of education are changing with the advent of technology. In terms of business, we bring program, strategy, and tactics. Strategies without tactics is adventurism, and tactics without strategy is opportunism. But program is supreme. So we have to bring all these three things together to succeed. The desirability, feasibility, and viability have to be managed. We have been right from day one self supporting and wealth creating and ever growing. And wealth has been created by pure ethical means, no compromises on ethics and morals. Okay. every innovation has all the three dimensions. The domain specific means something in pedagogy or utagogy, something in business model, something in partnership model, something in social accountability. All things put together, then only we have succeeded. We have not succeeded. We have failed, in fact, if we did only business innovations or only pedagogic innovations. And every innovation has been finally verified. Before that, we don't announce it outside. There are centers where we do pilot experiments, which that center is very closely located in a very downtrodden area, very near to my office. Every new thing is first tested there, thoroughly understood how the girls interact with that new object, learning object, and then only it is released and goes to the millions. Brainware is important, not just hardware and software. Okay, hardware plus brainware is equal to constant. So you have to improve brainware when you cannot afford great hardware. Okay. All this, the compute power has to be optimized. Data, you have to extract larger meaning out of it and create algorithms. And that is how we are succeeding actually. As far as expanding outreach, first we had where with the Sarnoff's law of broadcasting, then we came to Metcalfe's law of fully connected topologies, and now we are on creating subgroups among our networks. So large number of subgroups. You can see the value of the network if we have 5,000 centers goes like this as per the Reed's law. So the enormous social media presence of MKCL is because of this strategy of using Reed's law, Reed's law, Reed's law. Okay, of connecting large number of subgroups and spreading our message in the communities. In terms of corporate, these are the last two slides. We are committed, not just compliance oriented, but commitment, compliance with commitment and with the corporate culture. The corporate means the group of people working as one individual. So that unity of purpose, unity of mission, unity of vision. So that is there, and these three things work together. And this I have explained again. Thank you so much. Perhaps I have exceeded time by few minutes. I'm very sorry for that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir, for the excellent presentation. It was an eye opener for all of us, especially. I really loved the way you redefined the annihilation of class. Really appreciate that. Actually, that is a wonderful way. I think that is my key takeaway from this whole exercise of, and also education for the mass, especially design education. We were talking design education for the mass is something which we are also at IIT Hyderabad looking at it. So this is a wonderful thing, and learning at their learner space is something which is wonderful, and that is the requirement of India actually. Thank you very much for sir, and I think we have few minutes for two questions. Anybody from the audience? We can take a few questions. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for the lovely presentation, sir. Are you said you mentioned a lot of AI use in this. Are you using India's AI models that are Indian initiatives that have been taken on AI, or these are some other models that we're using?
We are in touch with Bhashini people.
Okay.
Okay, because that is directly what we have to use. So the language translations, we are in touch with them, but we are here to succeed more seamlessly.
Sure. Okay.
It will
And
happen, but the experiments show the initial steps are showing that things are going in the right direction. Perhaps will accelerate the success because that is our immediate need. Because we operate in Odisha, so Odia translations are very, very difficult today. We operate in central India where crores of people speak Gondi language, and it is just coming into LLMs now. So in Maharashtra itself, there are dialects, and we operate in Saudi Arabia. Our MKCL Arabia Limited is a company which I created in 2007. So lots of content it goes in Arabic. Lakhs of learners in Saudi Arabia learn almost like 40 lakh students. Examinations are taken by MKCL's Exam Live framework every year. All school examinations of Saudi Arabia taken on our framework. So language is a big issue for us. So thanks for your question. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, anyone? Thanks for the question. And we can take one more question.
Uh, Thank you so much for your talk. I just have a question around what were your biggest challenges when setting up the learning centers and also getting the students to the learning centers?
Yeah. See, the one very important principle in business is that business has not to be done. Business happens. Then what is to be done? You have to keep improving the business ecosystem. So what we did is we never faced any challenge of bringing students to the centers because we always believed in pull model. So you create something so worthwhile that you have to put up a houseful board. Okay, even in centers in Bihar, many times a houseful board is put up because you bring something which is so close. Means I followed Peter Drucker to the hilt of it, that design your product so well that it fits the customer's needs and sells itself. Okay, as far as the creating the centers is concerned, always there was a issue of capital. Okay, and I must say that large number of the wives of the center owners have given their ornaments on to the lenders and created capital in the community. Okay, when we celebrated our silver jubilee recently, uh, I expressed a long speech for gratitude for those ladies who lended their ornaments for creating the centers in the communities. Hmm. So capital is the financial capital used to be a great problem. Now we have gone out of that stage, but initial days, all my center coordinators were on bicycles. Then they purchased motorcycles. Now most of them have four wheelers. Some of their children have gone abroad to learn, etc. But good question.
Thank you very much. So thank you one more time for a wonderful presentation, and I'm sure it inspires all of us.
Thank
And
you.
thank you very much for your for coming here. And now I would invite the team to uh, come and sir, I would invite you to the center of the stage to for you to we have a small token.
Thank you very much, Vivekji. I would like to call upon Mr. Sylvan to kindly felicitate Professor Deepak for chairing this session. Thank you very much, everyone. We now move on to the second keynote session for today. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Satu Mietinen, the chair of this keynote. Professor Satu from the University of Lapland, Finland, leads the Proto-XR project, exploring how extended reality technologies can enhance design learning and innovation capabilities. Her research spans virtual production technologies and AI integration in service systems, positioning her perfectly to discuss how we prepare students for the future of human centered design in a technology driven world change. She was a co chair of Serv 23, which happened in Rio, Brazil as well. I would like to invite Professor Sato to the podium to kindly introduce the second keynote speaker for today.
It is my absolute pleasure to present Professor Anna Meroni, Professor of Design from Poly Milano. I have known her for a long time, and I I would want to say that she has been a mentor for many people in social innovation and service design, many young generations, and I think that's the biggest merit that anyone can have, working as a mentor and sharing her research with so many future professors and future researchers. She has been working also with Desis Lab for many years with Desis Network and Desis Lab in Milan, and she's heading the master program in service product systems in Milan. Um, Her merits are abundance, but I would say that she's a wonderful person and sharing a lot of wisdom. I will be happy to listen to her keynote. Thank you, Anna.
Ciao. Hello. Good morning. Ciao, how are you? How was the party tonight, yesterday night? So, very happy to be here and thank you, first of all, for the invitation and thank you, Tato, for the splendid words. Really, thank you very much. Um, let's switch completely into another discourse now. Because I'm not even sure if I'm going to speak about service design today. But when Ravi nicely invited me, I said, "Look, I'm not sure I'm going to speak about service design." He said, "Never mind, take your stage." Okay, so. Most of all, I think that my presentation today is going to be a kind of journey together because I'm in the journey of trying to understand a few things we are doing. And so let's take the journey together in a way. And so I have to say that I'm not here to present any achievement. I'm here to present a progress towards a direction. So let's consider this a conversation, not a talk. I decided to propose this title because I think that today living together seems the biggest issue that we have to learn about, and and I think that all of us as designers, as educators, or whatever, are somehow questioning ourselves about yes, what we can do, what can be my role in really learning how to live together. I want to start with something very, very Italian, probably, but it's not Italian at all somehow. Cecilia Sala is a young lady, a journalist, Italian journalist, that popped up, that is pretty well known, but let's say that she popped up into the news a few months ago because she was in Iran for for a report, and she was taken in jail without any formal accuse. And so she's the kind of journalist who is really working with understanding human rights across the world. And she just launched a book that I guess the title, that is my translation, sorry, so it's not yet translated in English. If it will be, I don't know. I figli dell'odio. This is the, so I don't know why my AI is working for me. I don't want AI. I don't want to talk to you, Siri. Sorry, I don't know. I have to get rid of Siri. Sorry. So this is my translation. Sorry, I said the Italian title is I figli dell'odio, which I translated as the children of hatred. And this book is particularly focused on Israel, Iran, and Palestine, of course, but it can be the issue that she's dealing with are much wider. And so she say many young people are more embittered than their parents were at their age. In particular, here she refers to the Israeli people, but it's not about the Israeli people, it's about all of us. It seems that our younger generation are bitterer than us somehow. And so where do we go from here? If this is what today we face in different cases and situations, where do we go? So this is a little bit the preamble of what I wanted to say today. And because a few 3 years ago now, we really started to question ourselves, how might design have a voice, role, and impact when it comes to anger, conflict, and war? Of course, the question came right after what happened in Ukraine. We are in Europe, Ukraine is part of Europe, and we felt very much the invasion of Russia as something unbelievable. And so we started to set in place a kind of emotional exploration of what was happening through the eyes of design. So try to understand how design could have a role against war. And so my keynote that I told you is going to be more a conversation will be a kind of journey from this initial emotional exploration to the chaos that came when you finally have a lot of, probably too many things on the table, and then towards a kind of understanding. So let's start from what we did 3 years ago now, 3.5 years ago. After that invasion, we decided to open a call for the students of our school, and not only, to propose project that we asked this simple question: what can design do against war? Not simple at all, in reality. What ideas, projects, and initiatives can be, in fact, thought and activated? And it was a call for ideas with the aim of stimulating thinking, not that much of a solution, of course. And it was a very, very emotional reaction to what happened. And so we decided we launched, we created a system to collect ideas. We launched a call for ideas. We opened an Instagram page because we thought at that time that it was the easiest way to spread what would have come. And so we decided a number of initiatives, not only a collection of ideas. The Instagram page is there, is getting populated. Unfortunately, let's say that in the last 3 years, we did not miss opportunities to populate this page, because what happened in the last 3 years is quite evident to all of us. And this was not the intention here, was not, let's say this, we did not have that much theoretical structure under this project. It was most of all a kind of emotional effort. Was all the activities were mostly managed by goodwill and by good sense than any real theoretical structure. But it happened that we had, since the beginning, a quite good, let's say, reply, a quite good feedback. And so we started to populate this platform of projects, not only of ideas, but also of other initiatives. So we started to organize talks, to invite speakers, to organize workshops with dedicated organizations and people anyway working in emergency and to support any kind of population in difficulty. We started to organize a number of things that were not just the collection of projects. We started also to collaborate with other universities to set up courses and studios. So we dedicated this team to, we dedicated a studio and a workshop to teams connected to Design Against War. That is the title that we kept and we are still keeping. And so, let's say, also things started to happen because the picture that you see over there, it was one of the first things that we did for real. So together with Refugee Welcome, we organized this potluck dinner, sorry, lunch. It was a lunch in reality, with the many ladies refugee from Ukraine and the people hosting them. Refugee Welcome is an organization that combines refugees with hosts for home accommodation or for other activities such as mentoring. And so the things happened were many, and here it starts the chaos. The chaos because at a certain point you understand that you have ideas, you have people, you have opportunities, but you don't have yet, at least, a real plan for the future, a real understanding of what was happening. We started to collaborate. We did it for 1 year with Politecnico di Torino. They have organized a beautiful communication design course around this subject. We made a workshop with MIN, which is an Italian organization working with support with providing help to the Ukrainian population. And with them, we worked with a number of museums in Ukraine that were, of course, at the risk. Oh, okay. I put the phone, sorry. And so we have been working with a number of museums because for them the issue was, of course, losing the heritage they were curating. And we even experimented with the metaverse because we designed a kind of museum in the metaverse, and it was kind of a quite experience. We created a few events. One of these was with this Iranian student that is a student of, was at the time a student of Politecnico. And she created this beautiful carpet with all the names of the women killed or put in jail after the events happened in 2022, 2023. And this carpet was also brought around Europe in a journey that she took. And so many things, many projects also simpler like this one, that is a project to create connection during emergency issues with people in need of help. Or so these are really the project, some of the ideas of the students. Or this was the idea of a kind of a refugee center for women of any nationality in troubles with political issues or other kind of social issues. Or we organized a group of a visit of a group of teachers and students of different Ukrainian universities that designed temporary shelters for with the aim of rebuilding the cities in the future. And they came to Milan during the design week. And this is a more recent project that we did. One of those that we worked around in the very last summer school that we have in June. And this is a project of a group of students. Some of them are studying in art academies about creating a kind of orchestra of heartbeats. And so a very nice idea of how to make tangible the empathy between people. And then a number of things. So many projects, many ideas. At that point, okay, we said, okay, we need to start understanding what we have in our hands, and we need to start understanding how um, to develop somehow a design awareness about these ways that we may have, we may put in place to deal with conflicts, war, and situation of emergency. First, we adopted this very simple taxonomy that is preventing, alleviating, and rebuilding. So taking care of what is before, during, and after an event of crisis. We can look at the René Thom theory of catastrophe to understand this. It's a very simple theory somehow, if we look at it from the perspective of designers, in which we assume that there is a system which is evolving in a discontinuous way. At a certain point, evolution become a crisis, so become disruptive and generate a catastrophe. It's a mathematical theory, but that can still teach a lot about how to deal with these different phases. And so we started to make kind of thoughts, and we organized our thoughts, I guess, for the very first time in October 2022, so 6 months after the beginning of the initiative, in a seminar and in an exhibition, a very small work that we organized in Milan. And it was an exhibition also curated by the students. So not only with the project of the students, but together with the students, we also had invited 25 people, 25 experts, people from different organizations, teachers, people working in emergency fields. And together with them, we started to reflect about the role of education and design education, in particular around conflicts and war. Here you see the images of the exhibition. It was very simple, as I said. It was in the garden of an association working with refugees. And then, together with the exhibition, we organized a seminar, as I mentioned, and this seminar was also a way to present for the very first time to a wider public, if you like, the first set of projects collected. We try to also work with the students and to understand the macro project areas and combine them with the three stages that I mentioned before. It was not a big theoretical issue, let's say here. So it was an attempt to give shape to things. But then it was a first way to move towards a kind of understanding. And to take additional steps, we had um, to stop and reflect a little bit, not only doing things, but also gathering around the things done and trying to understand better. So the idea was, okay, what if we can try to create a manifesto, to deliver a manifesto? And in fact, what we did was to use the previous Serverless conference, among the other initiatives, to start reflecting on this. I guess that some of you were there, so you may remember this, the conference in July 2023. And for that conferences, we prepared an initial organization of the things that we have collected so far. And for the different stages of preventing, alleviating, and rebuilding, we organize also um, a first analysis of the general principle, the design processes, and design outputs, and therefore the ideas that we have in our archive at that stage. And so to be more clear and somehow to make it understandable, if we speak about preventing, we had a project that help considering every day the giving an accurate, let's say, information about what is happening, and so try to make people aware um, of a situation of conflicts, or issue cards to play with the concepts of peace, and so to train since you are young, teach kids to understand what does it mean to have a peaceful attitude, or again for kids working with understanding the different culture in order not to be afraid or to develop biases. Instead, if we move to the stage of alleviating, we have ideas such as simply relieving through a communication that is peaceful and messages of support, or providing very operational help through different means such as application or other instruments which are digital or physical, or even organizing things like this that can help refugees to really feel at home while they are displaced. Or this was one of the outcome of the workshop with emergency, organizing, for instance, a kind of touch point for all the cases of all the needs when you are in an emergency situation. And finally, when it comes to rebuilding, you may have ideas such as this kind of kintsugi of architecture, so try to rebuild, keeping the evidence of what happened, or using tools such as the forum theater, and so a kind of mise en scène of all the conflicts to prevent and um, to to reflect together on the reasons of the conflicts and to find a way together. And then this is one of the projects that that are part of the work with the Ukrainian Museum. So, but it's not only us, students and all the other organization and the universities we are working with that design for peace. In the last couple of years, the projects that came from very diverse organization and people about peace are, of course, growing. There was a beautiful exhibition organized by Cooper Hewitt in 22-23 in New York City, showcasing, presenting a number of initiatives across the planet about the subject of conflict and peace. I guess this is a pretty well-known project of this teeter-totter in the wall that separate Mexico from United States. Or this is another initiative with the refugee women to use the materials of their different exodus to create bags and things that can be sold, or this beautiful initiative which runs from 15 years now in Pittsburgh in the United States. And it's a fast food, but it's a cuisine, not really a fast food, but that cook the food from the countries the United States are in conflict with. And so the list of these countries, as you can imagine, is growing. And so now there are several iterations of cuisines from different parts of the planet. And so it's a nice way to use food to get into another culture and to understand this culture. More recently, other projects, this is one from Milan, during the last design week that by definition is, party all over and not very much concerned with many things happening in the world. Instead, in the last edition in 2025, there was this small but very curated and very nice exhibition of project developed for Emergency, which is this pretty well-known ONG, about against war, in fact. First, there was a general framework presenting all the situation of conflict and wars in the planet, and then a number of projects. Some of them were more speculative and somehow poetic, such as this one. And the reason for love and for hate. Or another one that this was a kind of cabinet to send a letter of peace. And it was really possible to do it. So it was possible to write a letter to someone and send it. Or the idea of working with the target and understanding that you also are the target. Or this is not, we are no longer in Triennale di Milano, but we are in another location of the last design week in which there was the creation of this kind of emotional installation where visitors were invited to go through a tunnel, the one that you see there, that was very noisy, like you were under a bombing. And then after this noisy tunnel, you ended up in this beautiful garden with this installation by Balic, who is a very famous, Marco Balic is a very famous designer of big events, such as opening ceremony of Olympic Games. And the exhibition was about how peace, the word peace, was written in different languages. Or just a few steps after this entrance, there was this more critical design and speculative installation with war flags. So different flags designed by Philip Stark and Babinet, shaping the image of war through different graphic styles and graphic, let's say, designs. And so let's say that we can immediately understand that this question that we are asking ourselves, okay, what we can do, what we might do, is not only an academic question now. It's something that is spreading throughout the society in different condition and with different needs. But it's not only about war, because what we have to understand that after all, a war is the um, consequence of a conflict. As for the theory of catastrophe, there are a number of things happening that at a certain point become a conflict, become a catastrophe. And sometimes these conflicts are not only between humans, but what we are understanding is that these conflicts are very often also with nature. But still, they can turn into conflicts between humans, among humans. And so I decided also to add a few projects of this Thailand, of this architect that is creating environments for the coexistence of humans and animal and elephants. And so maybe for you is something known. I didn't know that there was this beautiful place in Thailand where that is really designed to create this ecosystem of humans. And just to come to a more recent time, and so in case you are planning to come to Milan, you see that you will find that there is still in place this exhibition that is inequalities, that is the biennial of design, that in fact go straight to the point of what may generate the conflicts between humans and not only. And this is basically based on inequalities. And so just in case you will come, take the time to visit this beautiful exhibition till November 9, a little bit of advertising. So having this in mind, we started to combine what was the work of our students with the work of other professionals, other designers, and also with a little bit of theoretical understanding of the subject of peace, conflict, and coexistence. Let's say I will make a long story short, because as designers, we are used to take what we need to develop our our talks, and maybe to take just enough, let's say, from theoretical perspective. And one point that I think is relevant for us to understand what we can do is this concept of positive and negative peace that was let's say, was developed in the late 60s by a Norwegian sociologist, Johan Galtung. And he says basically, okay, the way we define peace is normally negative because we define peace as the absence of war. And that's fine, of course. That's also true. But if we want to go deeper and to understand what might bring to the war, the theory of catastrophe, and so at a certain point things all of a sudden change, we need to understand that there are conditions that we need to set in place to have the positive peace. And if we want to sustain, maintain, and design peace in the future, we need to start working with these conditions. And so these conditions are basically related to well-being, justice, coexistence. And basically banning all the forms of violence, where the violence can have different forms, in fact. And he speaks about 3 forms of violence. The first one is, of course, the most evident. So the direct violence that might be physical or might be psychological. And so it's when you are taken in prison without motivation, for instance. But it's all the violence that we know as violence. But then there is the structural violence. And the structural violence is the one that is not committed by one person towards another, but is committed by the society, by the system. And so it turns into something that prevents you from living the life that you want, and achieving your full self. And so, for instance, not having access to affordable housing in a city is a form of structural violence. And finally, there is the cultural violence. And the cultural violence is the one that finally justify all the previous violences. And so the cultural violence is the one in which you start to consider things in the natural order of things. So for instance, that a woman has less right to work than a man. That's cultural. I'm from Italy, huh? So if we take this definition and we combine it with the very well-known work of Amartya Sen about live the kind of life people value, to have a reason to, live the kind of life that people value and have a reason to value, I think this may help a lot also to understand what design might do for peace, if we consider peace from this wider perspective. And then, if we also consider all the environmental side of what is happening now. And so, for instance, that peace is also connected to the environment and to the climate change. And so that there are ecosystems for peace. And that there is also, an environmental peace building that is becoming a way to consider peace today. And finally, come to the point that I will try to present in a few minutes about our understanding. There are a number of efforts to work around the art of living together. Among the many, I selected this one from Alexander Langer, who was an Italian activist and politician. And he wrote this decalogue. Now here you have only the title. I don't think I need to go through them. Alexander Langer was living in a region of Italy that is shaped and was shaped in particular in the 70s, 80s, and 90s by ethnic conflicts between two populations, one Italian and the other one more German, also with two languages. And so he lived on his own skin, the conflict, the ethnic conflict. And so if we try to combine this together and we start to see peace as a kind of asymptotic process, so something that is not a state, but it's more an aspiration, we see that we may put together a number of principles of, and then here I'm asking help. I'm asking you to help me to understand whether it is design against war, design for peace, design for living together, or whatever. But as I said, I don't have a full theory developed. I am just some thoughts. And so working on what I shown before, I started to try to really to combine the different reflections into a set of principles that I will not go through all of them now, are 14 so far, and I guess we can also work to reduce them a little bit. But let's say looking at what we have done in the past and trying to combine this with the reflections that I illustrated before, I came to a list of 14, which can be illustrated also by the projects of the students and not only of the students, such as this first one: accept the coexistence of diversity as a regular way of living. And also trying to combine this with our design approaches, our design tools, or foster collaboration and exchange, which is very much the work of us, of designers today, in particular if you work with participation and you are used to design also participation, and so boundary objects, and so things that allow people to work together or connect across differences. I guess we all are into this when we try to, for instance, design a vision for the future and try to understand and find what people have in common rather than against one each other. Or when we have to build bridges, because designing is very much building bridges. And a good designer is someone that can combine different things and make them work together. Or this is something I like very much: interacting a lot one another, having to do with one another, eating together, spending time together. And this is also something that design can facilitate. And I guess we are all into this. Or put ourselves in other shoes. And so, again, practice something that is pretty common in design, different ways to empathizing. Or listen before speaking. Sorry, I missed the image here. So try also to develop an attitude to active listening and to understand the others, deeply understand the others. Or another principle, very principle of design, that is involving those affected in a problem, in solving it. Ban any form of violence. I think we have seen many things in this direction. Consider sustainability, and so all natural resources into any design work that we do. Leverage beauty. And I think was also said by the previous keynote speaker. We never have to forget the beauty and goodness are things we have to work and deal with. We never have to forget that we are designers, and beauty is one way to reach the heart of the others. Dig for the truth. So fact checking, set in place instruments that can also help people to fact checking. Avoid polarization in whatever, not only in thinking, but also in doing, helping us and the others to understand that things are very often an in between. And finally, promote literacy about peace and about living together, in fact. If we look at these initial 14 principles, we see that they are not that much in a linear in reality. If we look at them, it's easier to consider them as in a circle. So they are part of probably a kind of iterative attitude we have to have. So moving from preventing, dealing with conflicts, which we live in a permanent state of conflict, in a kind of permanent emergency. So dealing with emergencies and conflicts is not just an occasional situation, it's an everyday situation. And then try to rebuild. And this is a process, this is an iteration. It's something that cannot be considered a state, but can be in fact considered a kind of aspiration. So an asymptotic process. In this asymptotic process, I leave you with the next stage of this journey. That will be the Participatory Design Conference that we will organize in Milan in June 2026. And we decided to play it also a little bit with the words and to title the conference Peace, Dialogue and Coexistence. So as you can imagine, this will be the subjects. And so I hope we hope to see some of you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. That was a very impressive and I think important keynote. Uh, I think you painted us a picture of a designer who is taking action, being activist for social innovation, not avoiding, rather taking a stand and figuring out what to do with these, you could even say, horrid situations. So I think at least it made me think so many things and in many levels. The war, peace, and of course the trauma, because it's the we I think all over Europe we are now coming out of the transgenerational trauma of the previous wars, and then when we fell into a new war, I think also the past trauma, yeah, that was kind of uh, it it had to be dealt again. I was thinking what to ask because the topic is so immense. I take the first question before giving audience a chance to ask questions. But what do you think it means for the education and the curricula? Because when you kind of give this, you opened us a whole huge discussion, and not only discussion but action. And it made me think that okay, how do we reflect and process that in how we are now teaching future generations and present generations? So what do you think it means for the education and maybe even curricula? What is the impact of all this?
So, in this case, I say, good question. Good question, definitely. I don't know. I don't have an answer yet. I think that I believe in a few things. First is try to confront ourselves and the students with real issues. And because and real issues are real issues. I mean, not try um, to hide a reality from to try to expose as much as possible with, of course, all the due limits, but expose as much as possible the young generation to what is happening, and not only in terms of war and peace, in all terms of what is happening. And so I guess that the more we can have collaboration with organization, companies, public institution in our studio, in our courses, the better, because this really brings a sense of reality. And then I believe very much in internationalization. So we need to make our schools as international as possible. We need to bring students from other countries. We need to push our kids that in Italy are very spoiled, very to collaborate and to get exposed to other kids that probably in their country are as uh, spoiled and protected as well. Otherwise, there is no way for me to live together really. But seriously.
Thank you. So very, very good thinking. I think now we okay. There was the first question.
Hello, uh, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm Shahid, and thank you, Professor Anna, for wonderful presentation. My question is because when you were presenting it, it was looking like so uh, fluid and nicely done at the grassroots level when you are talking about creating design and then also influencing people to adopt it. Now, uh, and it is also a very courageous step, because as a designer many times we put ourselves away from this kind of design interventions and then thought process. So the my question is, because this is also emotionally very much emotionally rich in when you're talking about war and conflict. So given the emotionally charged nature of war related design, especially when it is around geopolitical conflicts across the globe. Have you ever came across any kind of a constraints or ethical dilemmas when you are creating any visual materials which is going to be there in the to the users and then in the public areas? So my question is how you have dealt with it, if something you have faced during these projects, and as an Italian designer, how your cultural background and other things has influenced you to do that. Thank you.
Whatever, thank you very much for this. Of course, when you speak about this, whatever step you take, it can be a mistake or is partially a mistake, because if we want to be consistent with what we said to avoid polarization, polarization means also that there is no right and wrong. We are probably always in between, something which might be perceived as right or wrong by someone else, or it is actually right or wrong in the experience and in the eyes of someone else. So, yes, definitely, there are also in what you have seen a number of mistakes and things that I'm sure have um, touched the sensibility of someone. But what is the alternative? Is doing nothing. So, with the due attention and the due reflection, critical perspective, I think we have to take the risk sometimes to do something that can be uh, can be a mistake, and so learn to talk about it. So we did the mistakes. Just coming, just one mistake. I give you an example. Um, as I said, this is an Instagram page, and so at a certain point we decided to um, close the possibility to comment the ideas, because we had no time to facilitate all the things. And it happened that one project is about, I guess, is also one project that I shown about the common ingredient of food in different cuisines, including the Russian and the Ukrainian one. And for a common ingredient, there was such a discussion about, but we don't, of course, it was very polarized. We don't have nothing in common. This is the rhetoric of the Russian, and this, and so even a common ingredient, can ignite a war. And so I said, okay, who cares? I took off the comments and I said, okay, let's learn to talk about the common ingredients. Come on, it's not. But even a common ingredient can be a political, a geopolitical incident, I guess is the right word.
Okay, here's now there are several. I try to remember which is the correct order. I think here in this side, then there was, I think, Alison, and then in the middle.
Hi, thank you so much for the, really profound talk. Uh, yeah, and what I have is sort of a request for reflection from your end. So I'll just sort of, it's not a completely formed question, but if you could just reflect on, so peace, particularly world peace, and a lot of these topics have a lot of nuances and variations of definitions coming from culture. Different cultures see different definitions of the same thing. So in trying to design for a universal, say, peace or universal design system, how do we define or how do we quantify something like peace, which has so many definitions? And in that process of quantifying, how do we make sure that certain cultures don't get left out? Because I think, taking from the previous keynotes, there's this dominance in a lot of systems that sort of define things in a very particular manner. So how do we design for also these smaller segments and smaller definitions of peace, so that
Question. I'm happy to understand how if these principles can be as um, general enough, let's say, to be adapted and adopted by different cultures and the definition of peace and war, or if they are too general and so useless somehow. So I'm happy to enter into this discussion with you. For instance, a comment that came to my mind that this is a very personal case. I grew up in a very nice family, very, very conflictual. So because of this, I am a person that never enter into a conflict. I never enter into a conflict with someone, never. And and so when someone come from, I don't know, the typical North American um, mindset where conflict is a positive match between two people, I don't feel comfortable with that definition. I never find that conflict is positive. It's not a good motivation to grow or to evolve. For me, conflict is conflict. It's something to avoid, and that's it. So I understand very well your position with the different perception. I have no answer.
Thank you, though. I think it's something we really need to just keep thinking and building upon.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, then it was Alison.
Thank you, Anna, for your talk. I really found it helpful, the fact that you had cultural and structural violence, something I think that particularly universities in Europe are not talking about, and I hold my own institution up for this, is that we are complicit in the structural violence and the cultural violence that is happening in the Middle East. Because through the Horizon 20 program, we should be far more. I'm not sure if we can be putting the pressure on students individually to be talking about peace when our institutions are actually collaborating with organizations that are erasing histories, that are actually have historical connections with them, that they are effectively in denial. We do projects with companies who are making components for weapons companies. MIT in America supplies surveillance equipment and all sorts of military hardware. So I feel on the individual, a bit like when I made the practices, structures, and networks, there are many things that we're not seeing here that actually education is really complicit in. And I think we need to be bolder as organizations to call that out.
Absolutely agree. We have last week we had we organized So again, it's a long story and it's hard to make it short, but I'm speaking for Politecnico. We asked in July to our Senate to sign a declaration to support of support to Gaza and the Palestinian people. And on the one side, and on the other side, to consider a number of technologies that we are developing because Polytechnico, the biggest part is engineering. And the Senate did not sign that part of the agreement. And so you can imagine, because we have a lot of to do with this whole dual technologies. And dual technologies per se are not bad because they are dual. So, I mean, I guess you are all familiar with dual technology. So, nuclear technology, you can either build a bomb or a power site or whatever. But still are dual technologies that we are pretty aware that we that are used also for war. So let's say that there is an internal struggle, and in the next Consigliere Dipartimento Department Board on next Fridays that we are probably going to miss, there will be a special motion on this subject because we decided to raise again the issue with the university to review the agreements that we have with the Italian companies developing weapons for other countries because our no, I can't say. Sorry. Let's say our Senate said, but we don't have a research agreement with countries which are that do, let's say that are invading other countries. We don't have research agreements with them. Yes, but we have a research in place with companies that actually supply those countries. So
I thank you so much, Anna. I'm so sorry to I have to close the session because of the time. Yeah, it's such a important keynote, and the discussion that is following is also major. But we can continue that. Anna is available for us the whole day, so we can continue the discussion. Let's give a big hand to Anna.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We hope you had a fulfilling lunch. Before, now we are going to the panel discussion. So this discussion, the theme is embracing AI in service design, a double-edged sword.
It's my pleasure to introduce the moderator of this panel, Dr. Shivani Ganwani. Shivani ma'am is a service design practitioner and senior scientist at Design Research Lab at TCS Research, where she has been contributing for over 17 years. With a background in IT and software design, her work has evolved into a strong focus on service design across diverse domains, including education, healthcare, organizational services, travel, and the social sector. Her research draws insights from technology, behavior change, cultural values, and future oriented design approaches. Currently, she is dedicated to advancing design processes, method, and tools to enabling the wider application of design approaches through the integration of technology. I request Ms. Shivani Ganwani to come to the stage to take charge of this session.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel discussion, which is the topic of the discussion is something that is reshaping the world of design and innovation. Embracing AI in service design, a double-edged sword. Over the last few years, AI has moved from being just a futuristic buzzword to becoming an active collaborator in how we research, ideate, prototype, and even deliver services. Designers today are no longer just the human problem solvers, but they are also orchestrators of human machine creativity. AI is a double edged sword. On one edge of the sword, we see efficiency, rigor, scale, and personalization. On the other, we face ethical challenges, other challenges like over reliance on machines and algorithms that may distance us from the very people we are designing for. So today we will discuss about the opportunities arising with AI, tensions and trade-offs involved, and the future possibilities in design. So to start with, let me introduce you to our esteemed panel. First, we have Dr. Himanshu Varudkar. Can I invite you on the stage, please? Himanshu is a senior banking and financial services IT leader with over 26 years of industry experience, of which the last 6 have been at HSBC. He is currently Director, Global Head of Asset Servicing Tech, and Head of Security Services Tech, India in CIB Tech. He is leading multiple Tier 1 applications in a key techno-functional area at, at HSBC. Himanshu has multidisciplinary experience, having worked across a broad range of techno-functional domains, geographies, and over the years delivered several large technology transformation programs. An alumnus of IIT Delhi and Indian School of Business, he has also earned a doctorate in business administration from Indian School of Business. He is passionate about bringing academia and practice together as such. He likes to call himself a pracademic. He has co-authored 4 case studies which are published at Harvard Business School publication and presented at academic conferences in India and abroad. Next, I would like to welcome and call upon Dr. Shivaji. Please come on stage. Dr. Shivaji is an architect, academic researcher, and the head of the Department of Design at IIT Hyderabad. He also serves as affiliate faculty at the Greenco School of Sustainability, the Department of Climate Change, and the Department of Heritage Science and Technology. As principal investigator of the CGTDT, Center of Geospatial AI and Digital Twins, and COE Vigraha is virtual intelligent groundbreaking research in AR, VR, and high-tech applications for Indian Army. He drives cutting-edge work in sustainability, digital heritage, and immersive technologies, while also contributing to the rural development initiatives. With degrees spanning architecture, design, management, and a PhD in sustainability, from IIT Guwahati, he brings over 17 years of academic and industry expertise, including 43 commercial design launches. His research focuses on sustainable architecture, life cycle based impact assessment, and advanced digital technologies such as BIM, VR, AR, LIDAR, drones, and generative design. Current projects explore digital heritage preservation in Kashi, Northeast India, and Telangana, indoor air quality in vernacular and slum housing, and parametric design for structural optimizations. With national and international collaborations with Japan and Australia, his work bridges tradition and technology, offering innovative pathways in design for sustainability, resilient but built environments, and immersive cultural experiences. I would next like to call upon Dr. Mari Suhaimo. Please come on stage. Dr. Mari Suhaimo works as an associate professor at the Oslo School of Architecture and Design, Norway, and her main research focus is on how to approach wicked problems in service design. Suhaimo is also part of the editorial board of the Design Journal and the Context Systemic Design Journal. She has also recently been appointed as a senior member of the Serv Desk Committee. Suhaimo has co-edited 2 books. The first one is Service Design for Emerging Technologies Product Development, Bridging the Interdisciplinary Knowledge Gap, and the second book is Systemic Service Design. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Shrikant. Mr. Shrikant, please come on stage. Shrikant is a senior faculty at the Department of User Experience Design at MIT Institute of Design, MIT Edity University in Pune. Shrikant wears 2 hats. He is a UX design practitioner and a design educator. As a practitioner, he is a co-founder and director at 2.47 Consulting Private Limited, involved in consulting next-gen startups achieve competitive advantage through design. As an academician, he is mentoring next-gen UX design professionals achieve their full potential. His research interests include design education, design practice, and bridging the theory-practice gap in design. Now I would also go to the panel and then we will start the discussion. First of all, I would like to thank you for joining us here and welcome to this panel discussion, everyone. So, as we discussed, AI is a double-edged sword. So, let us first see the opportunities that are there for AI-enabled service design in different domains and contexts. So, maybe we could start with Dr. Himanshu, if you would like to share, from your experiences and perspectives.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. I mean, I'm sure we're going to have multiple perspectives over here. So, opportunity-wise, if you look at, I mean, again, coming from practitioner standpoint, if you look at any industry, uh, there's a key parameter that is being looked at. I mean, just going into the financial domain, which is cost to income ratio, right? And today, most of the costs that are sitting are in the back end processing or operational areas of an organization. So the opportunities are to start with automating and augmenting the operational processes that exist. Now, why is this important? Because if you look at it from a service interaction standpoint, us as the users are interacting with certain channels, whether it is a mobile or interacting with a bot and so on and so forth. But ultimately, behind the scenes, depending on what kind of a service it is, there is either human uh, involved in delivering that service or facilitating the delivery of that service, or there is algorithmic processes which are driven by that, right? So if it's the latter, then obviously that's already taken care of, but then a lot of the costs are sitting in the human element of the things. So uh, that is where organizations are starting to deploy generative AI. The other opportunity is in terms of the software engineering field itself. And today, in fact, a lot of disruption is already happening in it. Case in point being the use of AI assisted coding tools like GitHub Copilot, which to a varying degree of adoption are enabling engineers to develop whether it is UI screens from wireframes or there are APIs and so on and so forth in a much shorter period of time. uh, Organizations are already starting to attribute financial efficiency gains, productivity gains to this entire thing, and so that's where we are starting to see a change coming in. And I mean, we'll talk about the challenges associated with it, but that's the opportunity side, and there are many others, right, which we can talk about.
Would you also like to talk about, AI startups in India? What is happening with that?
Yeah, so I mean, vibrant area. In fact, as we speak, there's the Global FinTech Festival that is happening in Mumbai, and one of my colleagues is in fact participating in that. I mean, there are a couple of others as well, and the theme has been obviously, I mean, expectedly AI, right? So even Finance Minister Sitaraman was there, a couple of other government officials. Everybody is talking about that, and I'll just quote two examples. One which is quite commonly known to many of us, which is Bhashini, which is the Indian language translation, both text as well as audio mechanism. Sir, you also talked about it in the morning, right? So that's a fantastic initiative. The second one, which is just about started right now, and again, similar approach as Bhashini, I think, which is going to be taken is Bharat Gen, which kind of builds on that same philosophy, is to build indigenous language models. In fact, uh, uh, had the opportunity to be at IIT Bombay a couple of weeks back. They are taking a very different approach, which is to build a lots of small language models rather than large language models. Because I mean, we don't necessarily need the large language models, large being the training data set that is being used and the compute power and everything else, right? I mean, which was also mentioned in the morning. So they're taking a very different approach of building small language models, lots of them, and then depending on the use cases, perhaps get into the whole large language model territory as well. If you look at the private sector side of things, one example, one of the cases, in fact, which had opportunity to publish, is of a company called Fluid AI, rather a startup, completely bootstrap, two brothers based in Mumbai. And I was telling, I mean, Shrikant, Kiran, we know them. Um, Almost, I would say, 15 years, 10 years back at least, they had already started working on GPT, general purpose transformers, right? And in a conversation, they had mentioned just in the passing that okay, we are working with the company in US, probably OpenAI at that point in time, on developing this thing. At least I didn't understand the gravity of what they were mentioning, because they've always been ahead of their time, right? So that's an example of somebody who has been at the cutting edge of things, but obviously the landscape has completely changed. Lots and lots of startups being incubated, and there's obviously amazing support from various quarters.
Thank you. Quite insightful. Dr. Shivaji, would you like to share your experiences? And because you seem to have worked in different projects using AI, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. So, well, AI and its like availability into the public domain. I think needless to say, there are already like a changes, positive changes, like being observed and seen by everybody. I think all of us are now using some of those like tools as well. So I think it's the time that we definitely see it as an opportunity and in cash, like on this. And there are a number of initiatives also taken, coming directly from the government of India and ministries, like associated with that, and educational institute like ours, like as well. So I would like to mention over here, Ministry of Education actually funded a project, like AI COE, Center of Excellence here at IIT Hyderabad, for its, like a formative, like a functioning last year. So in the 1 year of, like that experience, number of teams actually were working on proof of concepts on different domains like indoor air quality, that was actually led by me, and there were other like domains as well, for example like a transportation, waste management, power, like a saving, right, and many others. And definitely there was like a huge, like a potential we were able to demonstrate as well, through our, like these pilot projects. Significant improvement I would like to mention here, like for the waste, like a collection, like this thing, waste segregation thing. Our team actually, relevant faculty and the team collaborated with the Panjim, like a municipality in Goa, and they delivered a real time project with the significant improvement from the present, like a segregation percentages what they were able to do, manually, and with the, like help of some machines. So there was a significant, like improvement. And in my vertical as well, well, of course, there is a huge, like a swath of data available. Like it's been long that we have number of tools, sensors, and like digital devices, in the whole world. Okay, what to do more, like with them? This was actually possible through, like these POCs. So we this actually project brought several stakeholders also together. We collaborated with multiple, like commercial companies, MNCs, NGOs, like a government entities, municipal, like a bodies, etc., etc. And it was a group of approx 20 alone working on this, like a POC. And some of these were actually having wealth of data. Other team was able to analyze it, another team was actually able to do, like a something related with the, like a field, like a work, another team was able to bring some, administrative, like a inputs and sort of things. So definitely I see it's an amazing opportunity where, like a stakeholders, cutting across different domains, like a, and nature of, like their, like a coming, they come together and make sense out of, like a this. Okay, in a very short span of time we were able to analyze approx 40 cities, across, like a pan India, on a very, like a detailed granular, like a data coming from each city again, like CPCB, for example, Center for Pollution Control Board. Okay, they have actually sensors, like deployed in different parts of the, like our country and cities, but perhaps they are running in maybe one or two, majorly at the airports. But how about the what is happening inside the city? Okay, maybe one, like a commercial business district, another one, maybe residential one, the industrial one. So this granularity of data we were able to quickly, like analyze for past, like a several, like a years, and make sense out of that. So it was very quicker, you know to the point, time saving, energy saving, and all of that, and there were actually demonstrable outcomes as well. That was the, like a best part about, like this thing. So I see, like a immense opportunities, like a using, like these things.
Yeah, thank you so much. And building on that, Professor Mary, would you like to share your views and perspectives on this, the opportunities?
Thank you. I think AI can be a really great tool for service designers to create better services. I myself, when I started doing my PhD, my first topic was about autonomous driving and looking at the possible services that it could bring to us. And I learned very quickly that autonomous cars and all the sensors that we have cars plus on the roads and everything else, that the data that could be connected to a car is so much better at making decisions that I can be with my human cognition. So I would trust a lot more the car on driving than me, as an example. And as an other example that we have at the Service Design for Emerging Technologies product development book, there is a chapter from Professor Paolo Trapani and colleagues that they point out how AI for service designers can be very useful when you, for example, create onboard services in an airline. So you can see what are the customer preferences, how you can already beforehand know what kind of customer you have on board, what kind of services you can provide based on the data that has been collected from the previous flights. Also, we have another chapter that is coming out next year, Hope the Book, that is being co-edited by me, Jonna Häkkilä, and Professor Ravi Mahamuni. So there is a case example that is looking at how AI and generative AI images can be helping to create dialogue between stakeholders, for example, about future of transitions, green transitions. So these authors created some images of the local surroundings, places that people know, but the generative AI created the images what they could look like if the green transition will happen or not happen, and then it can foster the dialogue for a workshop as an example.
So we have basically talked about how AI startups are emerging in India, what India is doing in this front. There are also in the technical development, software development side, we are able to see how co-pilots are emerging now and how they are helping us. Similarly, in the design front also, as Dr. Shivaji explained, in the waste segregation example, how time saving was the main factor they were able to achieve with AI, and huge kind of data analysis is possible through AI. And Professor Mari also talked about autonomous cars. It's a debatable point whether a person would trust autonomous driving more or a person driving more, but I mean, we can always debate on that, but there could be different trust factors that could be in playing a role here. So quickly moving on to our next point of discussion, because that is also a very important point, which is about, although there are lots of opportunities about using AI not just in design but a lot of fields, what are the challenges that are associated with it that you see when it comes to design? What are the challenges, and how can we probably overcome those? So yeah, Professor Mari, if you would only sort of continue on what points you just mentioned and what are the then challenges associated with those.
Yeah. I would like to maybe raise three issues that are great challenges. First is the energy, ethics, and the aspect of human and planet. So I learned that in energy conference in Norway this year that I attended, that AI is using more energy today than transportation and agriculture. So this is a huge thing that I don't think we can discuss of the development and use of AI without looking at the energy and the cost that it has, ecological sustainability for the planet. EU has a goal to be energy neutral, carbon neutral logistics by 2050. So we have a like really strong and strict regulations for the use of carbon like energy sources, but we are not regulating AI this sense. So I feel this is very like paradoxical. We have a lot of funding to develop AI, but we are not looking enough, I think, the energy consumption that it brings. And the other issue is the ethics. AI can be producing a lot of biases. It can be, but I think it's very important that we kind of have a situational knowledge when we do any kind of development with AI, because something that might work in Europe will not work in India or in some other places of the world. So we need to know who is the AI really like serving, what is the ethics behind that. And as a little example, I just saw the news of Aura rings that is like the uh, gadget that many people have, that it collects data from you. And there was a female developer, and she got pregnant, and she realized that the ring that she's been developing was not able to detect that she's pregnant. So there's like this kind of a bias as well, that hey, um, is it serving everybody whose needs are really served with the AI in this sense? So that's kind of also the human aspect on that. And we had a case this spring in the GK6, which is a course about systems-oriented design for our bachelor students. The course was led by Jonathan Rom, and he's a professor of our team. And we had a collaboration with the UNDP Center for Governance in Oslo. And there's a huge issue today that we have countries in the world that deliberately are using AI to generate fake news. And this is mitigating globally democratic countries, that we have people that believe the news that are coming out, and that's creating a lot of polarization and other issues that are very, very dangerous to our societies. And this way, I think, on the other hand, we can use also AI to battle that kind of like policies as well. But AI is like, it's the conference panel is a double-edged sword. So it depends on who is holding the sword. I think this is the big conversation, whose values are being served. So, so really, I think these are maybe the main issues that I would like to point on that. Thank you.
Yes, that's an important reminder for sort of all of us in the design. Yeah, Mr. Manshu, would you like to build on what Mari just said?
Sure. I mean, a couple of examples, right? I mean, let's just make it very live. So, ethically, I mean, just this is related to that. So, recently there has been a case of two AI agents effectively colluding with each other to, let's say, achieve huge, insane amount of profits in a algorithmic trading activity, right? And this was found during a research. I mean, it was a controlled experiment, but it was all said and done the result. uh, Now if you look at it, human beings, us, collusion would be unethical. It would be in fact illegal, right? It will not be allowed. But for bots, because they didn't have the notion of collusion, right? They did not have the knowledge of what is allowed and what's not allowed. They went ahead and did it nonetheless. The second example that I want to kind of give is in terms of the software engineering life cycle, where again, sticking to the AI agents, AI agents need to be given a goal and an objective. And let's say the objective is to identify the maximum number of defects. Guess what is going to happen? Uh, there is another agent which is going to do the code, AI assisted coding, right? So that agent is incentivized to induce more defects so that the other agent can identify more number of defects, right? And this is all happening. The last example that I want to give is more in terms of what are the implications, right? And this is from a service design point of view. We also talked about it in the earlier paper presentations. There has been a case last year where Air Canada, they had a bot which was front ending on their website, and one of the customers asked for I mean, a special fare in a bereavement case. I mean, the airline said, or rather the bot said that they're going to offer this kind of a special fare. So the customer went ahead and booked the ticket. After a couple of weeks, came back and asked for a refund. The airline said, sorry, we actually don't have such a fare. The bot was hallucinating. So this customer went to the court, sued the airline, and won the case. The airline had to pay him the damages. And the court ruled that the bot is as good as an employee of the organization. So you can't distinguish between the response that the bot is giving versus what a customer service executive or person would have given, right? So the point that I'm making through all of this is that as designers, the knowledge and awareness of these issues is very important, because if not, then we could end up in situations with these unintended consequences, sometimes quite damaging. I mean, to your point about autonomous vehicles, the last one that I'll finish off with is the trolley problem. Yeah. I mean, is killing one person okay versus killing 5 people? None of that is okay, right? But what would the autonomous vehicle do? What would the algorithm do? Is the question.
Yeah. Just to add to that, so it's not really a issue like a challenge, but just the way people are trying to mitigate these challenges, right? So there's a global committee which is set up, which is like called redlining of AI, that what AI should be able to do and what AI should not be able to do. So there's a global committee been set up of 200 selected individuals across the globe. And from a design perspective, I think Don Norman has been appointed as one of the representative of design. And this committee is going to set up what the AI should be able to do, what are the ethical boundaries of that. And I think everyone is waiting for what the outcome of that committee is, because that will define what the AI should be able to do and what it should not be able to do. Otherwise, it is uncontrollable right now. Yeah, so I think that's
Thank you.
one positive development that's happening in the AI world. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that point out. And let's get another perspective on that. Yeah.
So for challenges, I see, like opportunities and challenges, like as a linked, as a follow up to, like each one. So I'll continue, the keywords I spoke of, So lately there has been, this initiatives, coming from different agencies to actually jointly come together and work. So if I see in a different way, there are some challenges that still they are not coming together. Well, there have been companies of different sorts, agencies of different sorts, funding projects of similar types in different locations, but they do not interact with each other, right? So this itself is a like a first like a layer of challenge I see, that resources are still not shared. If shared, the like outputs can multiply, right? So I think in this kind of a like now super connected world, I would say connection happened long back. Okay, so in this super connected world now, I think this efficiency is required, because currently it is becoming a roadblock. So this is I see it as like a challenge, and it gives a lot of opportunities. Now the example I gave, there are these 20 like entities which came together of different characteristics and roles. It was a wonderful opportunity, and it is going to continue perhaps in some role. Well, there are some like minor challenges which has happened even in that. So it is going to continue in a different flavor, like now onward. Okay, but that is like one like a thing I see. Plus there is a notion of like a commercialization also, like entities want to commercialize and gain out of like these investments, because it requires huge investment. Okay, so some of these investment to run like a you were mentioning about LLMs and all of that is not possible for like a smaller entities to like undertake. Okay, so there the role of government and like enterprises is coming into picture, like with the help of NSM, like National Supercomputing Mission, and all of those like things. So now these are being given in a distributed fashion, so that even smaller entities can avail. So just to give an instance, IT Hyderabad has like this facility of like a supercomputing, that it's like a students, faculty, and research like associates, they can use it through their login ID. Okay, so there's a very like amazing kind of a feat that you can like run like a LLM scale of like a computational like a things through just like a simple like a login ID and all of that. right? So that's a, like a huge thing which is, like happening in this time, right? It enables, like a distributed evolution of things. So things actually should not happen in a very concentrated way. This has been the fashion in the previous, like economic cycle. Like cities, like you see, like how they have grown, they are the pinnacles of development, but other places they're not so much, right? So I see this, like a new cycle of growth on these, like a terms should be on a distributed, like a economic model, like a D model, what we call in sustainability studies, that it allows larger participation from people, from all sorts of entities. So there is a challenge plus there is an opportunity. So it's a very interesting mix which is, like a happening, and I see if it is driven in a very, like a conscious way, like what, like is coming from, like these responses, definitely I see there is a huge potential.
So yeah, I mean, yes, what the point where what we are trying to bring here is that AI is required, especially in today's world, the way a world has become sort of hyper connected, and things are moving at such speed and evolving at such speed that we need AI. And there are lots of opportunities that that we could hear from even our keynote session by Mr. Vivek Savant, that things are required at scale, and AI is able to achieve that scale in certain contexts, like India, where we have a lot of diversity and scale. We need such kind of solutions, we need AI, although there are certain challenges that are associated with, and we need maybe things like what Mr. Shrikant also said. We need these kind of guidelines and frameworks. We have challenges that we just discussed here, ethics, biases of AI. We also need to be careful about energy cost that it is consuming, but at the same time we also need to think about the ways that ways to handle this further, and we should not be sort of maybe shying away from using it, but maybe come up with more solutions to sort of use it carefully. So with that, maybe let's look into a bit of future. Let's see, what are the future possibilities of using AI in service design, and how is the role of service designer evolving? So, Mr. Shrikant, would you like to throw some light on it?
Yeah. So before we look at what the future holds, I think it's just step back a bit and look at the past, right? So if you look at how design, I mean, we use the word design in a very generic sense. So anybody who's doing engineering design also called it a design. Now, typically, design schools, which are either Bauhaus or Ulm-based curriculum they follow. So they also use the word design. So if we kind of differentiate between these two, right? So if you look at historically, so let's say 1920s when Bauhaus was set up, right? This was a time in industrial revolution, manufacturing technology was right. So design has to cater to that technology. Now, when data RAM was active in the 60s, the electronics was coming in. There was no interaction design at that time. When 80s and 19, when digital technology started coming up, interaction design or UX design, so now we call it, that started evolving. Right now, there was no talk of AI till 2000, say for example, or there was no talk of service design till 2000. So it's like there are tech revolutions which are happening, and design field has to adopt to those technology revolution, and the capabilities of the designers need to adopt to that. So one definition that I personally believe in is like it's quoted by John Mida. So he calls it there are three types of designers. There's no call to universal designers. He said classical designers who are trained in the classical tradition, like color, form, all those things. Like, yeah, there are computational designers. So who are the computational designers? Who understand data as a material of design. So they know how to play around with data, right? And then third he called is design thinkers, who are trying to apply design philosophy to multiple areas which are not traditionally been considered as in the purview of design, right? So, and that's very important because why, if you look at, if you're trained in a classical Bauhaus kind of a tradition, why do you have basic design courses, right? Because you have to develop a first-hand feel of the material. Why do you have those wood workshops? Why do you have a metal workshop? Because as a designer, you need to understand the first-hand feel of that material. Now, when you transition to something like UX design, right? Do you understand data as a material of design? And going forward, do you have a feel of AI as a material of design? Do you understand what are the possibilities of AI are? I think that is one gap that that we need to bridge. because see, if you differentiate between technical rationality, which is like a scientific way of thinking about things, that is, a very engineering kind of approach. Now we see designers are trained in a slightly different tradition. They're supposed to bring up a different type of value, different type of what is typically referred to as a designerly thought process, right? A designer's rationality. Now, how do you interpret that designerly thought process? How do you interpret that? How do you apply that designerly thought process or designerly rationality when it comes to a material like AI? So do you really understand? And then probably we just celebrated like 100 years of Bauhaus. Maybe is there a time to relook at our foundation courses? Do people need to, like, there are so many people there advocating about, that should it be changed, right? Do you really need, what is that AI first thinking? Do you understand AI as a material of design? Do you need to, what it means to manipulate AI? Right, and what are the creative possibilities? Because one role that is going to evolve naturally is about bringing human centricity, because that is going to be there, because the core job, as the technology evolves, the tech is going to evolve naturally, the technologies are going to push the technologies, but how do you bring in the human centric aspect? It is going to be I mean, that will continue, right? How it is affecting, but again, if we talk about, okay, what are the new opportunities that designers need to think of, which are not like a rule based kind of a thought process, but something new, creative or innovative way of thinking? I think that's where there's a bit of a gap right now, where designers are not still not capable, to understand AI as material, where what are the various possibilities which are different than just um, exposing the tech or just building the tech, right? So I think that is one big opportunity, more from an education perspective, that is required. And also, since I'm at the intersection of a practice and academia, so I think there is still a large gap there. So, now going back to again the whole notion of reflective practitioners. Now, what are those reflections which are feeding back to academia? I think there's still a lot of gap. If that is bridged, otherwise, you keep producing knowledge with the sake of knowledge, and then practitioners don't find it on ground any support to, actually when they're working. So I think that gap is something that we should definitely look at. Yeah.
So I'm just thinking that since you said AI is material of design, and there is a gap in the education and practice that way. So how is it possible for the designers maybe to um, use that, understand how AI works, or use AI and use it as a material for design? What the designers need to do maybe for that?
Yeah. So one thing that I mean, there are a lot of things already available online, because it is a global issue. All the design education is across the globe are talking about it. So how do you see possibilities? Because that's like, as a designer, you have to think, you should have a first hand feel of what are the possibilities the material offers, right? So what are the constraints AI has? And then this is not a passive material like data, right? It is a learning material. It requires intelligence over the period of time. How do you define the behavior of this particular material? So I think there are certain vocabularies that the designers need to be aware of. And I think naturally that comes like they need to have a much larger or a much deeper collaboration with data sciences, because otherwise, right, data sciences people are at one end, and it's like the whole collaboration between the two teams is not really seamless, and both of them, they need to talk each other's language, so to say. I think that's one way
Yeah.
of going
So
about
I
it.
see where you're coming from. It is possibly the collaboration between the designers and probably tech teams that will help both
Yeah.
of them to, sort of
And this
reach
is not
further.
anything new. So
Hmm.
designers always have been collaborating with tech
With
people,
different,
with
yes,
business
exactly.
people.
It has always been
So yeah,
multidisciplinary.
but
Yeah.
here they have to kind of maybe learn a new vocabulary
Hmm.
of,
Hmm. Yeah,
so
quite
that's one
interesting,
thing.
because
Yeah.
we have been also observing that in practice.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's an interesting point. Shivaji, quickly, you would also like to talk about it?
So for possibilities, there are, like a limitless. If I see myself as a, like a product designer, uh, well, compared to my conventional, like a product design approach, there are two components to any, like a design exercise. One is that, like that creative, like a part, and another is the knowledge based part. What's the physical properties of the material, how much energy it's going to consume, what are the impacts it's going to create, and so on, so on. right? So this knowledge based like inputs are definitely going to get benefited in an immense way. For example, if I see my assignment, my project, like this bottle, this furniture, and like this, like a table. Okay, so what are the impacts? So if I'm going to undertake life cycle analysis, like of my, like a object, definitely this, like a knowledge set is going to help me in an immense way. It will save, like a huge resources. Okay, so a huge, like optimization is possible on the knowledge, like input part. Okay, that's a direct, like a impact. If I go on a larger scale, for example, this building. Okay, so there are a number of, like a components of this building. Okay, this building institutes like tens of thousands of, like a components. Each and every component is working and running in an efficient way, right? So there is always, like some degree of redundancy in these, like a kind of a systems. So now it is definitely possible to reduce those redundancies to an optimized level. So there is a huge saving in terms of, again, knowledge inputs and some creative, like inputs as well, right? So there are immense possibilities on materials, on energy, on sustainability, you name it, and there is a some, like a potential. That's what a possibility I see as, like a creative designer, right? Plus there are a number of, like examples, like we are talking about possibilities. So I think it is coming from different entities. For example, I would like to mention here government of Telangana, like our own state government over here, is a very proactive, like a government. Like they have taken number of initiatives. One of the state of the art, like facilities and infrastructure and even policies you will find at the national level, okay, happening right here in Hyderabad. One of the initiatives which has, like a just, like already it has begun, that the entire Hyderabad metropolitan region, that is the 10,500 square kilometer area, that's a huge area, okay, is going to get mapped on the digital twin. Is one of the very unique, like a projects which is, like has already begun. And as a, like a PI to that, like a consultancy work, through my center CGDT. Okay, we are going to work with the, like other companies, SI and many other, like stakeholders. Again, there are a number of stakeholders involved, okay, to realize this, like a work in the, like a coming couple of years. So is one of the, like a unique thing which is going to touch, all our lives. Okay, so there are, like immense possibilities. And now if I come to the, like a layers which are going to get, like woven in inside those are in the range of approx 300. Okay, so from land revenues to traffic to water to sanitation to health to, like you name it, there is a huge list of, like an annexer, approx running in 300. Okay, so somewhere I think in the multiple way, like as a resident of, like this, like a great region, we are going to get impacted. So there are immense possibilities.
Yeah, I see. It's quite an impressive fact also that you shared with us just about, what's happening here in Hyderabad.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Add a
sure.
quick point. Yeah. So regarding opportunities, right? So if you look at the entire design life cycle, right? So we can divide it into three parts, right? Let's say design is conceptualization, where I have just an idea, right? Design is representation, because each design discipline has their own way of representing things, right? Somebody would draw, somebody would create a 3D render, somebody would draw, like there are multiple ways of representing design ideas, right? So design is representation, and the third part is design is execution. Somebody's actually built it and it's available, and it is like working in the world, right? So what I think typically designers are more actively engaged in conceptualization and representation part, and the execution is left to the engineering teams, right? Because they're like they in a way they're handicapped to build it to the next level, and engineering teams are the one who are actually realizing the product, right? Now with this AI tools, what is emerging is this gap between conceptualization and realization is reducing, and that is a very big opportunity, because there are no code tools, low code tools. You just like kind of quickly use that, and then let's understand how the things behave, and quickly build and try out the concept.
Yes.
So I think that
We
is,
can.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
that's a very big and very interesting opportunity, because let's say tech or coding part was, in a way a handicap of designers, because they were like trying to keep themselves away from, this. Okay, this is not my area, like I don't understand that part, right? But now this gap, there's a good possibility that this gap will be bridged, and designers now can really realize the concept pretty quickly. So I think that's very interesting. Some very interesting tools have been developed which can quickly do that. So I think that's a great opportunity right now.
Yeah, yeah. So on one hand, sort of we talked about more collaboration between probably tech teams, data science teams, and designers, and on another hand, we are also saying that there's a lot of opportunity for designers also to directly showcase the impact of their designs and not be dependent on maybe development and simulation teams at least. Yeah, thank you so much. Professor Mari, would you like to add your two words?
Okay, now just maybe very shortly say that I think we are in the situation that is so revolutionary as the Gutenberg's printing press that AI can really change the future. And I think we need to think a lot how we teach future generations of designers how to use AI in a good manner. And I must say that I like the slogan of IIT Hyderabad, inventing, innovating in technologies for humanity. I think that's a really nice way of thinking. And I very hope that, we can attend the people and the planet and be considerable the way we use AI. Thank you from my side.
Yeah, that was a very nice conclusion anyway. Yeah. So basically we've seen there are lots and lots of opportunity to scale up whatever we are doing today at a very large scale. We can achieve all of that. We can remain, in this connected world. We can do a lot with AI. However, we need to be a little cautious and aware of what AI can do and what probably AI cannot do. At least at this age, at least at the time that is there now. So yeah, so AI sort of we have also seen that AI. Himanshu, you would also want to say something. I can see that. Yeah, sure.
For the Gen Z in the audience, right? I mean, just to wake them up. Okay. All right. So, for the youngsters, we are at a very unique juncture. I think you mentioned about the printing press kind of moment, right? So, absolutely, printing press, electricity, and these are called as general purpose technologies, right? So, ones which change the entire, let's say, societal landscape, and we cannot imagine lives without those. So, similarly, we are at that juncture insofar as AI is concerned. So two things that I want to call out. One is from a future of work perspective, the future of work is happening now in a way, right? And so the way design is being done today versus and Shrikant, you already spoke about it, will be done in future will be very different. Second is there will be requirement, I mean, to acquire new competencies, and so we constantly need to scan our horizon to and identify what sort of competencies we'll require. So that's one point. The second is I want to quote the work by Professor Darren Asamoglu, who is the Nobel laureate 2023 in economics, and he has written a book called Power and Progress. I mean, that's the thesis of his work, whereby he has studied almost 1,000 years of technological advancement. And his hypothesis, and I mean empirical data also has proven, is that societal inequality actually increases because of, or has increased rather, because of technological advancement. And that is because the focus is more on automation and getting more productivity and so on and so forth. But equal focus also is required on creation of new jobs and tasks, right? So I think we should take a balanced view insofar as AI is concerned, and that's where, if not a double-edged sword, a balanced approach is required here. Otherwise, maybe 25 years later, we could find ourselves as an unequal society or even more unequal society.
Sure. I think that's also a very good point. AI divide has already been a huge topic that people are discussing nowadays. Yeah, so I think we can conclude with this kind of discussion that we had here. And thank you so much, all of you, for having this insightful discussion. I can, yeah, I would now like to sort of open this for the Q&A. Maybe we can have only a few. Okay. Yeah.
You, Heather. So I've made few insights from your conversation. One is that AI is helping now to make it efficient. Like design has become more efficient, so you can easily make user journeys. Predictive insights can come up. So and also AI tool, as even Shrikant sir talked about how conceptualization converting into reality has the gap has reduced and we can do it now. But the issue and the thing I want to understand is how can we still how can we trust them? How we can say that the conceptualization to the reality that is being efficient now is delivering to the empathy that probably user research or design tries to understand this modern method of AI. So I would like everyone to, yeah, thank you.
So it is so in terms of design process, I think that AI is still not there, like when it comes to actually creating concepts. So it has to be looked at as an augmenting something, a human capacity, right? Because I mean there are hundreds of use cases where people have talked about how it is not get sensitive to certain cultural nuances, right? Or I think in the earlier keynotes we talked about say for example importance of aesthetics, right? Now in AI consideration, aesthetics is not limited to just the visual part, but you know how it kind of delivers an aesthetical experience overall, right? So the human part, I don't think it can replace. It can augment certain things, let's say when it comes to processing the large set of data, but the human centricity is the basic core act that the designers will have to do. I mean, right now it cannot do, but I mean, there are already talks about, you know, people have started working on synthetic users, for example, where how can you train synthetic users with certain characteristics and validate your solutions against that, right? But as of now, I think there's no replacement for that. So designers will have to think of beyond efficiency gate. What is it the let's say if you talk from a service design perspective, right? What is the value that I want to create for my customer, right? Or what is the opportunity for value co-creation? I think that part is still going to be largely with the humans. I don't think, and that's where that whole designer training that you guys are going through, the whole building of certain mindset, certain thought process, the creative part, creativity part. So I think that is not going to replace, but the tool part is definitely going to get replaced.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
So this is to also Dr. Himanshu. Um, oh, okay. I will then ask it after this. Okay, thank you.
No, I just wanted to add a bit to this that we have been also using AI in our service design process. We have been trying to use that in our different projects, and from that experience, sort of, I can probably try to answer. So yeah, as Shrikant also mentioned, you know that a lot of things are still dependent on us. That you know how are we sort of interacting with AI? What are we trying to achieve through AI? So that has to be told by the designers still, and so the intent comes from the designers basically. And even after getting the outputs, whatever is generated by AI, there's a lot of time and effort, I would say, that we need to still spend on validating the outputs and refining those outputs. Whatever missing, we need to add it from our perspective. So even from empathy, that point that you touched upon, we still, you know, we could also figure that out, that it's very difficult to as a designer to sort of empathize with the users just based on whatever AI is generating. So yeah, that's, and thank you for sort of everyone. Thank you so much for coming here and hearing all of us here. Thank you so much, all of us here at the panel. Thank you so much, and it was a pleasure to have all of you. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for such an engaging discussion. I would now like you to come to the center of the stage for the felicitation. Thank you, everyone. I now request Professor Haseen to kindly come forward and felicitate our moderator, Ms. Shivani, for chairing this session. I now request everyone to kindly take their seats in the audience. Thank you. This concludes our panel's discussion for today. Once again, thank you to everyone for being a part of this. Now, I would like to call upon Professor Prasad to make a really exciting announcement.
They're logging in. Good afternoon, and we are towards the closing of the conference. But before that, there are uh, few announcements and few new initiatives which we would like to uh, take you all through. Um, So as we had mentioned in the inaugural session that service design Serv 2025 has come to Asia and India for the first time, and this should become more like a catalyzing event to foster new activities around service design in this region of the world. In that endeavor, we have been discussing with several other stakeholders, and one such initiative which is now is also endorsed by so this it's a hybrid event where there will be people joining from um, outside India. So there is an organization called Polydesign, which is a wing of where people from Polytechnico and other are associated, and we have been discussing with them for starting program in service design and related areas. And together we will be it will be supported by Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce, IICCI. Uh, so to inaugurate this, we have with us today, there are few representative from the organization. Um, can we have the Google Meet screen on the main presentation? So we are just waiting. So that way we have timed it very well. So we were supposed to start exactly at 3:15, and I think some of them have already joined. I'm not sure. Yeah. So Claudio Mofeliti, he's a CEO of Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce in Mumbai, and uh, Pallavi Gupta is also from the same organization. Uh, Yeah. Um, I don't know if they can hear us. Uh, Pallavi, can you hear us? Hello? Yeah, we can't hear you. Thanks for joining for this a short and sweet event where we will be launching our joint certificate program supported by IICCI. So I don't know, we can't hear you. Yeah, okay. So maybe may I first request Professor Kabirio to briefly introduce and then just talk about the joint program which currently we are planning. Maybe then we'll take it forward. Professor Kabirio.
So, and will just 5 minutes about the brief presentation of this course.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. First of all, good morning, and thanks for your welcoming and your availability to do this course together with the Poly Design. In particular, great greeting to the staff of IITH and all the faculty that is involved in this kind of course. Just a very brief explanation, what are the pillars of this course and what are the rationale about this course. It's an intensive course of 56 hours in which there are different kind of theory transfer and also some application about the new concept in design and in particular in strategic design and service design. But in particular, there are three pillars that guide this kind of course. The first one is about the need of strategic thinking. We live in an historical moment in which there are a lot of challenges, as you can imagine, from a geopolitical side to the climate side to other kind of pressure by the society with the new technology. So one of the first pillar of this course is to teach strategically thinking. So we say in different cases that strategizing is like designing. So design is a way to put the scenario building and to put the future reflection in the strategy reflection. The second point is about service design because we live in an economy in which more and more the servitization. So what does it mean, servitization? It means that every company should provide not only tangible product, but also services and intangible value in a sort of value pack that usually all the company today, in order to be competitive, they need provide on the market. And so designers are obliged to understand and create the relationship the relate between the tangible part of the offering and the intangible side of the. The third part is about the business model design or business model innovation, in which in a lot of cases we see that a lot of designers try to design new products and services without being conscious about what is the business model of the company where they design. So this is fundamental to understand if in a certain way to design in a conscious way new products, new services. But then there is a step forward that is about design that changes and innovate the business model. So there are some designers that they are able to change the value asset of the company, to change the revenue model of the company, to change the way according to which the company engage the customer. So this is the cutting edge, if you want, strategic design, in which there are different components of value that from one end the management part and the other hand the design part, they should see and in a certain way plan for the image.
Thank you. Thanks, so Kabirio. Uh, so maybe now may I request Mr. Claudio Muffaletti from Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce to briefly talk about the interaction and then maybe I'll elaborate more on the program further. Mr. Claudio.
Thank you indeed, and we're very excited that we are announcing today the beginning in a few months, a couple of months of this new training program. For us, it is a combination of process of introducing and working with two extremely prestigious educational institutions like Poly Design in Milan and IIT in Hyderabad, where we are bringing, supporting the two institutions and bringing to an Indian audience their extremely innovative approach that distinguishes polytechnical and polydesign history of the recent and the past. In a country that is thriving with the need of innovation cutting edge approach, out of the box approach on the way of doing business. So we, as an Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce, as a bilateral organization, are honored to be supporting the two institutions in working together in this ambit. We are extremely grateful to the entire team at IIT, or Dr. Omkar and Professor Murthy, for the availability and inputs. Obviously, big thank you to Professor Kabir Kautila and Professor Anna Barbara, to the team, our team, Pallavi, who's connected, and Sophia from Polydesign. The adventure is starting, and we are extremely excited to start this. And that's just the beginning. Much more is going to happen in the near future.
Yeah. Thanks, thanks, Mr. Claudio. Uh, we have been discussing this for almost for the last more than 6 months, and finally today the day has come where we are formally launching the program. So we will formally launch the program today, but the program is actually going to start from 15th of January 2026, and this is roughly 56 hours of interaction with both faculty from IIT Hyderabad and faculty from Polydesign, who will be jointly addressing the topics which what Professor Kabir was mentioning. And at the same time we are also trying to bridge certain practical aspects which are affecting both India, Italy, and globally. So these are some of the aspects where we would like to see how the program name is called Integrated Product System Service Design uh, um, course, and then in that there are multiple facets of service design which we are going to address. And may I request them to show the slide, and then uh, we can formally. So more details are coming on the website. I can now um, request them to, as a formal launch, I request them to open the website. Yes. So this is primarily targeted for people who are into, who are just graduated and then they are now trying to enter into service design or related fields. Yeah. So more details will be coming soon on the website. But right now, this is the working website which we are launching. And those interested, we will also be sharing a formal email to all the registered participants for this conference. And also, it's also an extension and endorsed event from what Ravi is going to announce soon in terms of Service Design India chapter. That way there's some continuity in terms of all the enthusiasm and the energy which we have built up to this level. And then see how this is not just one of them, there are multiple things we are planning down the line. uh, but yeah, with that, so maybe I take this opportunity to thank Professor Kabirio. Thank you. Thanks for making it in a very short notice. And this was the reason that because it's a very unique opportunity, we are already having a conference on service design, and we would like to be this as part of the event. Thank you. And thanks, Mr. Claudio. Thanks, Pallavi and Sophia, who have been uh, almost on a daily basis. We have been discussing all these nitty-gritties of the course. So with that, maybe we'll formally stop here, and then I request all the interested participants here to spread the word, and then if you are interested, you can join the program. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So we'll continue with the maybe the online guests may log off. Thanks, everyone. We'll continue with the further proceedings of the conference here. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Thanks.
So the next announcement I would like to make on the academy, design academy. It's we have been doing a lot of other activities as part of the design community, or especially the design research community in India. One of them being a flagship conference called International Conference on Research into Design, ICORD, which has been running for the last 20 years. And there are other allied events. There's one initiative which we started 3 years back. It's called Design Research Methodology Gurukul, or a summer school on design research. Though design is as old as humanity, but design research is a relatively new area where there are different tools which are used in humanities, social science, data, information science, etc., are being integrated to apply to understand more about the design process. So, as a design science and research community, um, on the lines of many other research oriented academic organizations, there was a need for establishing an academic body which can bring together all the researchers who are working in the area of design, not just service design, but any aspects of design. So, with that, we almost for the last 7 to 8 months, it was under discussion, and there was a now the organization has been registered as an independent society. It's called Academy of Design Sciences Foundation India, and shortly it is known as uh, DSCIN, DESEIN, which stands for Design Science and India. So it's a peer. There is no single institute or any other authority which controls this. This is purely governed by all the members. But to give an initial framework, there are few researchers and few eminent academicians in design, mainly in India, who have been uh, asked to start a more of a what is called the governing council, and through that we will be asking everybody to join the community in taking up the membership of this academy. And there are series of conferences like ICORD. There's another conference called I4AM. These two are primarily driven by the Department of Design and Manufacturing at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and the Design Research Methodology Gurukul, or the summer school or winter school on design research. These will be the activity under this umbrella academy. So, looking forward to see you all, as especially the Indian participants, but it's also open for other international participants also. We'll be sharing more details, and we'll try to build the network and then get benefited from each other's work. So maybe with that, I'll just stop here, and we'll move to the next proceedings of the valedictory session. Yeah, over to the anchors. Thank you.
Hello. Now, I would like to call upon the chair of the conference, Dr. Ravi, to talk about the Served as India chapter, and also to make a announcement about that. And then he'll also talk about the Student Design Conference, SDC, Student Design Competition, which was a huge successful event. Thank you.
Hello. So as we launched the Sarodes India chapter on day one, so we thought of providing the additional information. So the aim of this chapter is to see that whatever the momentum we have built as part of this conference, how we can ride on that momentum and see that the interest generated for service design which can really take it to the next level. So as we said on first day, while planning and executing this Serv 25 conference, we really try to use a service design concept. So you have seen the various activities as part of the pre-conference thing. You have enjoyed and experienced the activities during this conference, and the post-conference to take this forward. This is the service Serv India chapter we have launched, and we are looking forward the taking forward this interaction. So the aim of this chapter is to see that how we can really build the research focus. There are various entities which are working in service design, which are informally meeting and building a network. But the aim of Serv India chapter is to build on that networking and see that how we can bring a research focus, and as well as all that leads to the real life impact. And that's where we are trying to connect academia, business, and the social sector as part of this Serv India chapter. This is the chapter which is starting in India. Though the India name is in the title, it is not limited to India, because this is the one first we are starting. We invite scholars from all over the place to contribute to it. And because if it is becomes successful here, we are planning to replicate at other places. So I think it's our joint responsibility that how we can make it successful so that everyone gets useful, they find it useful. So as part of the membership, there are two types of membership. One is the individual membership. At the individual level, you can be part of it, as well as at the institutional level, you can also contribute. So there are three types of institutional membership. One is the business, academia, and the social sector. I am happy that at this moment, when I saw in the morning, so around 65 plus individuals have already subscribed for this. And the three institutional partner, the business, that is the TCS Research is the business partner. For academia, IIT Hyderabad, and already Prasad has launched the certification program, which is also part of this initiative. And the third thing is the social sector, that is the Stars Forum has agreed to work with us. So if you look at from all the three, the way we have said, the academia, that is IIT Hyderabad, has already launched the certification program. Similarly, Stars Forum and the other NGOs has agreed that the Chaitanya is here. Anyway, after some time you will be on dais. So he has agreed that the projects which students project, whatever they have evaluated yesterday, they have found very good projects in that, and we are ready to incubate 2 to 3 projects. If the students are interested, we are ready to take it forward and see that those gets really impact, really implemented, and are making difference on ground. So I think we have not only launched the Serv India chapter, but we have already started working on it and making sure that it really make a difference on ground. So this is the QR code for subscribing to it, as well as there is no charge for the first year, because we believe in that first show the value, and once you see the value, you will be happy to contribute to this emission. So with that, I want to also talk about the students design competition, how we conceptualize this as part of the pre-event. When we got a success of our lecture series, I don't know how many of you know, when we launched the service design lecture series, we more than 1,000 people across the world subscribed for that lecture series. I think it was the first time we launched, and we really got the tremendous response. And not only the people joined online, but because of the time zone issues, people did not get chance to join it online. So we made it available on the YouTube, and it is available on conference website. It has become the part of various design institute, that they are asking their students, when they are learning service design, to go through these design lectures. Interestingly, as part of my team, when any new joiners is joining, it is part of the induction program that they should be watching all these six lectures. So I think the idea is that whenever we are creating any resources, how we can really utilize it, and we need to really take that forward. So with that enthusiasm, we thought that let's do something for the students of who are working on different things. So because after lecture series, everybody got to know about what is service design, what are the different examples from various parts of the world as well as from various domains. When we launched student design competition, can you guess how many groups registered for that competition? Any guesses? The people who know exact number, please don't say, but let the others who don't know the exact number can guess. 70. Okay. So yeah, so you are close. So we got 240 groups nominated for actually for this competition. Out of that 240 students group, we shortlisted 65 in the first round. Then out of that, finally we shortlisted 12 groups, and for those 12 group members, all the students we invited to the conference. We gave them the free conference pass for calling them here, and the jury happened yesterday. We have selected the top 3 teams which are going to get the interesting awards as promised. There will be cash prizes, there will be trophy, there will be certificates and visibility on our website. So with this, I would like to hand it over to our anchors to take it forward.
Now, we have come to the final moments of this conference. After 3 days full of talks, networking, and learning, Served as 2025 has hopefully offered you with new opportunities and new perspectives. As we gather here for the valedictory ceremony of Served as 2025, it's time to reflect on the incredible journey we have shared over the past few days.
From groundbreaking research and thought provoking discussions to meaningful collaborations across the global design community, this conference has truly embodied the spirit of innovation, creativity, and shared purpose. We are delighted to welcome you all to this closing ceremony as we celebrate the people, the ideas, and the energy that made these 3 days so special.
Begin, we'll start with the Student Design Competition Awards, celebrating the most promising young designers who demonstrated creativity, empathy, and impact through their work. Teams from various institutes across India and abroad participated in this competition, where they selected 1 out of 12 problem statements and designed an innovative service solution for it. We will be starting with the ceremony in the next 5 minutes. Thank you so much. I would now like to call upon Professor Sonali, Mr. Chaitanya, and Ms. Shivani to come on stage and share their experience about judging the Student Design Competition Awards.
Thanks to all the student groups who submitted. Um, if the quality of the 10 or 12 is an indication of what these students could do, I'm presuming that the rest of the 200 that didn't get selected might also have some wonderful ideas that we should be looking into. Yesterday, when we were doing the going through these presentations by all the students, there were some things that really stood out for me. One was that almost everyone had done some pretty decent amount of time on primary research, uh, and that was supplemented with secondary research as it should happen. And the quality of the conversations that they were able to bring into the presentation, the conversations, the insights, what they saw from the field, and what they were able to bring into the presentation was very, very insightful for me. Uh, there is definitely this tendency most of us have to sort of come up with solutions before we fully understand the problems, and that's very likely to happen when you're in a time box situation. And I'm pretty happy to see that many of the student groups that presented clearly showed that they had understood the problems well, that they had looked at some things that are going on, and they had sort of applied their mind to see what could be done. They had not just spoken with some of the people who were affected by the problem statement, but they're also spoken with others, social entrepreneurs, for example, who had been working in the same field for a while to get a perspective of those who have been trying to solve the same problems. So it's good to see that the students had put a fairly good amount of effort in understanding and coming up with the solutions that were there. So congratulations to all of you who made it to the finals. And I don't know who's going to be the who are the three, so it's a surprise for me also, but congratulations to the winners as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I request Chayana sir to please be seated. Now, I would like to call Shivani ma'am for her experience in judging the event.
Yeah, hello. Um, yeah. So I'm here to share sort of mine and Sonali's experience of coordinating this and how are we feeling at this moment. So, so sort of our experience of coordinating this service design competition, student service design competition, has been really fantastic, because one of the key reasons to feel so, is that uh, the overwhelming response that we really got for this competition, which probably we were not expecting so much, because this was the first time we did so. But yesterday during the final jury, we felt really proud to see the kind of effort the teams have really put up in their work, and also this work to solve real life problems that everybody is facing. Their understanding about service design was also quite evident through the kind of work they presented. Um, they designed there's some of their design solutions, even the jury was later discussing with us and with the students that it is worth taking forward, and we also see the possibility of their actual implementation on the ground, and maybe at a much larger scale as well. So I would like to thank all the teams for making this a grand event and a wonderful experience for all. The jury here, yes, we were also discussing sort of the some sort of constructive feedback that we have got from the jury for all of the teams here is like the probably going forward they could also include in their such kind of work the solutions that they have discarded and why have they discarded these things. Also sort of what is it, one is that the solutions that they discarded, but one is also that what is it that they were grappling with. Some of the teams also shared, the value proposition models and also the financial model of their solutions, which was really a great thing that we observed. So, finally, I would like to just thank all of the participants, as well as I would like to thank our esteemed jury for their time and effort that they had put into not just evaluating them, but also giving them such insightful feedback just after every presentation, and here as well by Mr. Chaitanya, to improve and take things forward. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, as they say, the jury is still out. The reason why this is getting delayed is because you guys gave each other really tough competition. I'm talking about the student service design competition. Uh, this has been a perfect blend of chaos and creativity. While everything looks very nice once done and dusted, I know me and Shivani have dealt with a barrage of emails from each other, from the organizers, from the student participants, from Vijay. Vijay, I don't know if he's here. So we have been dealing with, ma'am, can I do this? Can this change be made here? Can we change the script from my student volunteers as well? It has been madness, but it is all worth it. It's been worth it every bit. So, yeah, I have to admit that while this responding and getting back to you has been extremely tiring and exhausting, but if it wasn't like this, we'll all be superhumans. Yeah, your persistence, the more you pester us, actually, it is your perseverance which shines through all of this. So, as a teacher, I would ask all the students here to keep coming back to us with silly questions, with every minute detail that you think bothers you, because that is what makes you better your project. Okay. I would also like to thank my student team, especially Shrijita, Siddharth. Siddharth is here. Shrijita, I can't. Shrijita is there. Vishnu, uh, Debanjan as well, and Dev Surya. Five of them. They had to bear me, my bad jokes, and the to and fro of communication between me and Shivani, which was relayed to them much later. And my apologies if I've forgotten anybody here, anybody who's helped me in the process. Uh, and thank you for celebrating creativity and collaboration through this competition. The jury is still out. We are actually waiting for your prizes to arrive. We don't want to, just announce the winners and not hand you something. That is what we are waiting for. But I hope it has been worth the experience for all the participating teams as well. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And congratulations to the winners. We know them. We know who the winners are. We are not just announcing that yet. Okay. All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
So for the SDC, we have three awards to present. That is the first, second, and third place. I would request Professor Prasad and Professor Ravi to kindly join us on stage.
Okay, so now we can begin our award ceremony. So for SDC, the team that has bagged the third prize is Team Form and Function from IIT Hyderabad for the track Inclusive Playgrounds for Differently Abled Children in Indian Communities. I request the team members to kindly join us on stage. I would like to call upon Mr. Chaitanya Nadkarni to hand over the prizes to the team. The team members are Aditi Srivastava, Pratik Bhandari, Sankalp Pratap, and Radhika Rathi.
All are. And you are going to get 25,000 rupees as a cash reward. So our team will get in touch with you for bank details. So if once you share, you will get money. Thank you. Thanks a lot and really appreciate. Congratulations.
Next, the team that has secured the second place is Team Asha from National Institute of Design, Haryana, for the track Strengthening Rural Primary Healthcare in India. I request the team members to kindly join us on stage. I would like to ask Professor Prasad Umka to hand over the prizes to the team members, which is Lakshit Pathak and Aryan Manzrikar.
Congratulations. And yeah, trophy. Congratulations. And you are going to get 35,000 as a cash reward.
Finally, the team that has won the first prize for SDC, Team Kelo from NID Gandhinagar, for the track Inclusive Playgrounds for Differently Abled Children in Indian Communities. I request the team members to join us on the stage. I would like to call upon Dr. Ravi to hand over the prize. Team members are Anushka Chowdhury, Tejas NK, Simran Sagi, and Devasena Sajeev.
Big round of applause for all the winners. Can anybody guess the cash prize? Yes. Okay, they are going to get 50,000 rupees as cash prize. So congratulations to all the team. I hope they use this seed fund to implement some of their service design ideas and grow more on that. Yeah, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, now I request Mr. Chaitanya to please be on the audience. Sorry? You can go to the audience. Yes, thank you, sir.
Next, we move on to the Young Researchers Awards, honoring emerging researchers whose ideas and perspectives have added great value to the field. We have two certificates to present, which is the first and the second award. I would like to call upon Mr. Vivek Sawant to present the certificates.
Go. Yeah. So second place goes to Team Turtles. The team members are Ishani Gupta, Srishti, Kushagra, Sangal Pathak, and Ganesh Kumar. Please join us on the stage.
The results are already on the screen. So The winners for the first place is Team Thinkers. The team members are Priyanshu Patil, Shubhi Saxena, Miss Banani, Gati Krishna Mohapatra, and Disha. I request all to come on the stage. Request everyone to kindly take their seats in the audience. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for all our young researchers and winners for SDC as well.
Now, let's take a moment to look back at what made Servers 2025 so memorable. The talks, the workshops, the collaborations, and the shared moments. How about we relive this journey through a short recap video?
Truly brings back some great memories. Before we move ahead, we would like to hear from you, the people who made this event come alive. If anyone from the audience would like to share their thoughts or experiences about Service 2025, please feel free to do so either from your seat or by coming up to the stage.
Thank you so much. I know this was one of the first surveys that happened in India, and I'm sure you guys have taken a lot of efforts. I know Ravi and Prasad were quite occupied in arranging this for last so many months and days. So it has been a wonderful experience. When I called Ravi, about, we are coming to Sardis. Uh, then he said, why don't you come on the previous day? So I was a bit hesitant, should I come for 4 days coming from my office and giving that? But I thought it's worth, and I made so many great friends, wonderful presentations, wonderful panel discussions, and keynote speeches were amazing. And what was unique about this conference was many, excuse me, many times for design conferences, only designers come and talk, and that becomes your family event. Here, what happened is, many, at least two of them or three, including Vivek sir, three of them were not directly from design, but more of a policy and who have made successful impact on the society. Even Chaitanya, who is walking on a different path of life, and they really added a lot of value. The speech from Professor Murthy was amazing. It was so inspiring, so it created a lot of impact in my mind, and there are so many memories I am going to carry with me, and I'm sure I'll cherish. And looking forward for 2027, and if Ravi sponsors, I'm planning to go to London as well and attend Surdes 2027. But jokes apart, it's amazing thing, and I really loved and looking forward for various events those are going to happen in coming years. Thank you so much, and even the journey from IIT guest house to Anaha, that bus journey, and I would like to call out the guy who took that, uh, that game. The way he conducted was amazing, and hats off and cheers to all of you. Great job.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else want to share? O- Okay, I think we can move on. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ravi Mahamani for an announcement to make.
Okay, good. So as we come to the close of this landmark event, I think it's a very emotional time for me. But the final official Thanksgiving is will be given by Prasad, so I will not talk much about it. But I think what I feel is that it's I really want to express my heartful gratitude to everyone who made this event really extraordinary. The idea 2 years back, one thought, and now we are almost close to that event, and really feel proud and also having a gratitude towards all the people who really helped me to realize the dream. And also this conference I met a lot of Indian as well as international new friends. Also the old bridges also we try to revive. So I think it was overall it was very good. Also thank you to all our speakers, presenters and panelists for really, I will say, enlightening sessions. The I think last two keynote you might have heard, like it's always now the way you are thinking about design. I think now they are also changing, and not the traditional way of designing. I think we need to change. So I think those thoughts and those things coming out of these conferences is very important. It's not that the same methods, tools and techniques we are using again and again in different contexts, but I think such conferences, it needs to really help us to think differently. And I feel that, at least personally for me, it has changed my perspective on various things. And in that line, I feel that the objective of this conference has been achieved. Also, I have a deep appreciation to IIT Hyderabad, especially the faculty, support staff, and the students. They are really awesome. uh, I think their dedication and the hospitality, I think everybody appreciated. So I think without them, it should not have been possible. And of course, my own organization, TCS Research, which is believing in me for last 29 years, and they will keep believing me, helping me, bringing new conferences to India. And I think we will now, with this confidence, try to get more conferences. So, with that, I would like to really think that this conference is special now in everybody's heart, as well as we can see that how we can take this forward and we can make this Service India chapter also a success story in the, I will say, chapter of Service. So I think we can do that. So with that, I would like to announce the Service 27 host. It is my great pleasure to announce the venue for next Service conference, which is to take place in Northumbria University, United Kingdom, which is going to happen in June. It is the theme is designing in the shadows, places and practices of service design in a polarized world. So I think look at the theme. Excellent. Okay. It's not always talking about the business or something, but we also take some stand the way I think today Anna's keynote, the way she explained and the way the points were there, it is like still we have to think there. And the important point about all those things that there are no finite solutions. It is like these are just the seed, we have to keep building on it. So we extend our congratulations to the organizing chair. We look forward to continuing our journey to advancing service design research and practice, and to gathering once more with the global service community at this exciting venue. So would like to invite Dr. Juice Yi on podium to give some glimpse about what we can expect in Service 27. Please welcome to podium.
Okay, great. Thanks. Hi, everyone. Thank you for staying on right till the very end. I know as always, um, conferences are great, but also tiring. So I appreciate your energy throughout. And I'm really, really humbled and really honored to be representing the Northumbria team to host the Serv Des. Oh, hang on a second. I think I got that. Sorry. Serv Des 2027. The theme is designing in the shadows, places and practice of service design in a polarized world. Hopefully, it's not going to be always dark. I mean, we'll be in June, so it'll be night and summer. Just a bit of background. So we are based in the northeast of England, about 3 hours from London, 3 hours by rail. And it's really the first industrial revolution based industries. It was famous for mining, shipbuilding, like in but many other places in post-industrial England, in that it was basically, you know, when the ship mining went down and there was the coal mines was closed, it was marked by years of underinvestment, public service challenges, and still ongoing economic disparities. That said, the region has done really well in terms of thriving and the resilience in terms of, in a sense, reinventing its role in the national identity. And it's quite a big area. I mean, Newcastle itself is a lovely city, but it contains urban, rural, and coastal areas. This is a school design where we will be hosting. So we are part of the design, arts, and creative industries, and we are deeply embedded in our region. There's two universities. We have Newcastle and we have Northumbria. But really, our strength really would be working with regional partners, supporting the regions around driving social mobility, inclusive economy, and as well as creating new economy. So that's really the context. But essentially, what we really want to explore in the next Serv Des, and I think it's touched upon in many different panels, many different keynotes, and many different papers, it's around what do we do in terms of this world where it's post-industrial, post-growth, post-truth, post-trust, and post, hopefully, dominant design. So let's see where we can go beyond that. And of course, what I've been hearing the last 4 days is really about concerns around justice, dignity, equity, equality, diversity, inclusions, transparency, all those key topics that really run deep into the heart of why we do service design, and we really, really want to, explore that. And we want to really raise questions around how may service design respond, and that's why we have this theme around designing in shadows. And it's not like we want to design in the dark, but essentially we want to shine a light on hidden, unrecognized, unseen practices that may not be called service design, and what kind of these services exist, how do they reduce, aggravate polarizations, where are blind spots as a discipline, and as designers, what are we missing, what aren't we looking at? And so we really want to explore how service design can create new paths forward to reduce, challenge, overcome, and prevent polarization. And then get many blind spots. So please, there's then a number of things, and please add your own, and please challenge us on that theme. And we really want it to be a robust discussion and critical reflection on what we're doing, where we're going, and speaking to Anna's keynote, how do we go forward as a discipline? We have a number of local, regional, national partners. We are very well connected, but also we are a university that has a full university that we have business, we have law, we have sciences. And so we are hoping and really wanting to bring the different disciplines into thinking about what services are and what does it enable or disable. So it will be roughly around June 2027. We haven't worked out the dates as yet, but please keep that in mind. There are 4 conference chairs. I've just put down Sabine, who is our lead on this, and my email. So if you would like any further information, please get in touch and look out for the Serv Desk announcements and networks, and we will hopefully, really welcome you to the region. The Northeast is a place. I'm not from the northeast of England. I'm originally Malaysian Chinese. And when I arrived there, I didn't think I would stay 20 over years, but I have. And it's tremendously rich in terms of its cultural heritage, and actually really welcoming. So we would love to welcome you to the region and just join us, and I'll love to show you around. So hopefully see you all there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We all look forward to Servdas 2027. So it was an honor for us to host you guys in this event.
Now it's time for us to sign off.
Okay, so there are two things I forgot. As I said, I was emotional. So there are two things. One thing is that we are in process of selecting the 15 best papers out of all selected, and those will be published in the special issue of the Design Journal. Okay, so all those selected will get in touch with you with your consent. If you are ready to work on it, we will forward. So I think our team will get in touch with you in next 2 weeks time. And one more thing, with this fabulous response for student service design competition, we have decided that as part of Servdes India chapter, will be continuing every year in collaboration with various design school in India. So I think it's this opportunity you will get every year. If you have missed winning this year, please try next year. Encourage your juniors also to participate in the service design competition. Yeah. Over to you, Prasad.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, and so this is the last formal event which we will be doing. But this is also a little bit difficult task to thank everybody without missing anyone. So always there will be somebody who find that okay, I was not named or so. Please bear with me for that. Maybe it will be slightly long because we would like to really thank all the people who are involved in this activity. So it's slightly long, but I think it's important that we acknowledge the kind of work which has gone into this. Right from almost close to 1.5 to 2 years since we pitched for this conference, there has been certain enthusiasm growing, and to see every time how do we do this. In the middle, we had organized another conference, which also gave us some confidence that okay, we will be able to pull this off somehow. But each conference comes up with its own challenges, and in that, I think it's important to have support of all the key people involved. So let me start the formal vote of thanks. Uh, so as we come close to this conference, the ninth edition of service design, uh, we stand here with the gratitude and appreciation for all those who made this evening event a resounding success. So first, give a big round of applause to everyone who were involved. So for this successful conclusion of ninth edition of Service Design 2025. So I would like to first of all thank the Served as International Conference Committee to having faith in us so that we organize this conference, and they decided to have the Service Design Conference bring to India. So thanks to the all the committee members for giving this opportunity. Uh, I would like to also extend a heartfelt thanks to all our keynote speakers. And we have been going through multiple rounds of inviting keynotes. There are many of them where we were able to quickly identify and decide upon, but there were few last minute changes. And then finally, we had very interesting and very engaging keynote speakers, starting from Sri Jayesh Ranjanji, Professor Alison Pranville, Sri Ashok Pal Singh ji, Professor Yoko Akama, Sri Vivek Savanji, and Professor Anna Moroni. It was really wonderful to listen to all of you and engage with the keynote presentation. Uh, Thanks to all the panelists who shared their valuable insights in the panel discussions, uh, the innovative ideas, and inspiring journeys. Thanks to all the session chairs, moderators, and several coordinators of other parallel events. Uh, Thanks to all the paper presenters, and also the student design competition jury members. I think it was really a daunting task to select a few from all the very good 12 proposals, 12, 13 proposals. Uh, a big thank you to all the long and short paper authors, presenters who presented it online and offline. And there were some difficulties. Some of the authors who were supposed to be present here and present their paper physically had to cancel in the last minute, or they didn't get some visa, many challenges. In spite of that, they were able to manage by presenting their papers in an online mode. And we also thank them for sharing the video and presenting them in online. Though we were not able to host them here physically, we would definitely would like to invite them anytime, whenever, and we would love to host them here anytime. Thanks to all the poster presenters for showcasing their work. Thanks to all the workshops, very interesting workshops, which brought up very practical and implementational aspects of service design. Otherwise, it's more of a talking and then people are listening. But this gave a hands-on experience to many of the service design approaches. Um, Thanks to all SDC student participants. I think that was one of the big round of applause to all the student SDC participants. for their enthusiastic engagement and making this conference a vibrant exchange of ideas. It brought a very fresh perspective on different topics. Um, so I hope, as Ravi announced, that we will be continuing this service design competition initiative so that we keep encouraging new ideas and thoughts. And in terms of organizing the conference, I would like to start by thanking our our director, Professor B.S. Murthy, and IIT Hyderabad for giving this platform to host such a large and international event. Thanks to the design department, HOD Dr. Shivaji, for having some of the sessions in the department, the yoga session, cultural event, and also in support of the event. And uh, thanks to my other colleagues in the department who helped in organizing, and the convention center in charge, Professor Rajgopal, who helped us in hosting the event here in this convention center. CC team led by Dashrath, and then we have all the technicians and all the um, staff who are managing to conduct this whole event smoothly. We extend our gratitude to the Ministry of Education and Ministry of External Affairs for facilitating visas, some of the visas, and then there are other visas. So, anyway, thanks to all the support from all the government agencies. A big thank to our title sponsor, TCS Research. Without that, it would be definitely not possible to hold an event of this caliber. We really thank them. And we also would like to thank our other sponsors, Directorate of Industries, RAM project, Raising and Accelerating MSMEs Performance, as part of the Center of Design Excellence at IIT Hyderabad, the Government of Telangana, and our publishing partner, Design Research Society. So this is something which is unique, that we are able to get the publications out, published, and available online right on the first day of the conference. I think that is something which is unique, with all the hard work and support from the DRS digital library members. So our sincere thanks goes to Sri Ramesh Ramanathan ji for all the wonderful things he has been curating and showcasing as part of the event, and then all his team members who helped in explaining all the intricacies of the craft and showcasing their work. And also, even the yesterday's puppet performance was really wonderful. And also the thanks to all the TCS research members who are part of the core organizing committee. In no specific order, Silvan, Shivani, Bhaskar Jyoti Das, Sanandan, Shalini, Karthik, and anyone else if I have missed. So thanks to everyone, and it was really wonderful to interact with you for almost 1.5 years, online, offline, and it was wonderful to work with you. May I request you to come on the stage if any of you are around? I request uh, Shivani, Bhaskar, Sanandan, Shalini, Silvan to come on the stage. For the success of such event, there are people who have worked hard behind the screen, and also the volunteers. I think that requires a real acknowledgement. So uh, I'll just take the name. There are more than 55 plus volunteers who have been working for almost um, more than, I don't know, since when we started the weekly meeting. Maybe Pranav can tell. Almost more than 6 to 8 months. But especially in the last 2 to 3 months, it has been very rigorous effort by all the volunteers. So I'll just call their name, and then I request all of them to come on the stage. Um, First, I would like to call the overall student volunteer coordinator, Pranav Kuchekar. Right from the day one when we started all the coordination activities, he voluntarily, though it's a voluntary work, but he voluntarily took up the task to coordinate all the volunteering activities. Thanks to that, and uh, every week, if I remember, we used to have either a physical meeting or an online meeting. So with that kind of a follow, whether sometimes even I was also busy, I was traveling, but they continue the work and then they see that all the things are done in time. uh, Ananya Thakur and Harsh Sindwal for the branding team. So though I am taking the only the team leads number, but any member who is part of the team, I also request them to join the dais. Okay, please. Maybe I will not call their name, but if you are worked for the team, please join us. Uh, Ishita, Ayush, Aditya, Samruddhi, the exhibition team, all the installations, the panels, what you are seeing, is all done by the exhibition team. Ruchita, Shreya, Nidhi, for all the cultural and charial mask painting, yoga, and all the performance during the gala dinner. Radhika and Sri Padmanabha for all the venue management. So this is something which is very unique. Though the online presentations were decided till the last day, even the next day was we are supposed to start the conference, but many people said that they are not able to make it to the conference. We have to move them from physical presentation to online presentation, creating online links. So all the sessions parallelly managed, controlled, timed, everything is controlled by the venue and tech team. Thanks to them. uh, Anay and Isha registration team for managing all the registration smoothly, kit distribution and all the spot registration. Uh, Thanks to them. Stuti for travel, for accommodation, both in guest house and hostel. She has been calling me in the night, 11 o'clock. Sir, there is a lock. Some students need a lock in the hostel. So, but yeah, uh, somehow we are able to manage that. Swarnima Raghavendra for marketing and communication, and the very important food team, Shanyu, Nitya. So food is something which is very important part of any conference. I think they are able to manage the whole event both here as well as at the gala dinner. Can we call some people's name out? Naomi, Aditya, yeah, Srijata, Debanjan. Yeah. So from transport and Nomi and Devanjan. Design team, Naomi, Debanjan, Srijata, Srijita, and Aditya. Anjali, Anaswar for Anjali, Anaswar, Kush, and who else? Siddharth for documentation team. Who else? Rajdeep. Special thanks to Lijin for coordinating all the live streaming for all the 3 days, all the plenary sessions. Durva, Durva from sponsorship team. Uh, Kalyan is there. Kalyan Ramana, who helped in and to ensure that all the proceedings are up on the DRS digital library a day before the conference starts. So he did some last minute editing of all the publications. Manoj, Mahita, Sandeep, Vijay, the transportation team, who are coordinating all the transport activities. Elias, Usha Kiran, Ketan, who else? Seema. No, not Shiva. Who is there in other team? Yeah, yeah, they're coming. Pratiksha, is he there? The last edition. Yeah. So Pratiksha, thanks for the design tambola which everybody enjoyed on the bus. So hmm. So I also request all the design department faculty who are here to join us on the stage. Shahid, Seema, Saurav, Sonali, all yes. Srikar, Delvin, by default, all the faculty. So the all the I think they're already here. The volunteers who also helped in SDC: Siddharth, Srijita, Dev Surya, Vishnu. So yeah, maybe I have to Deepak. Yes, you are the first design faculty. So so now I have to thank another important person. It takes two to tango. Can you guess? Yeah, thanks to Dr. Ravi from TCS Research. This whole conference would not been realized without his single-handed effort on all the fronts. We were there as a team. We were working on multiple things, but all the initiatives are led by Dr. Ravi, and we thank him for all the help and coordination. And without the kind of motivation, zeal, and enthusiasm and hard work, it would have been difficult for us to pull out this wonderful event. In the last 1.5 years, personally for me, I have found a great mentor and a friend in him, and I thank him for that. So it's thank you. Thanks to all the department staff. Anybody is here? Vivek, Rajkumar, Vijay, all the staff members who have helped in all the mementos, bringing things from the department. Uh, Vijay, Seema, yes. Oh, you are faculty of design department. Yeah. So yeah, the list is still long, but if I not taken any of the name, they can voluntarily join. But uh, once again, thanks to all the team. Let us give them a big round of applause.
And a big round of applause for Prasad.
Hey. Thank you. Take a picture.
If I'll be visible from here?
Thank you, sir. Bye.
So yeah, so now we formally come to the close of the conference. Thanks to everyone. Uh,
Excuse me, tea is arranged outside. You can have it. Tea and biscuits.